Chapter 794. While Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao were busy dealing with the people in power, Su Qingshen was not efficient at all. Mo Xiaoyao finally found his conscience and realized that he had not handled the matter properly this time. It was very rare for him to take over young Master Qingshen's previous work so that young Master Qingshen could concentrate on dealing with a certain woman. Within a few days, almost the entire Ding Wang Fu knew that there was a young lady who was chasing after young Master Qingshen and wanted to marry him. It was a pity that young Master Qingshen did not fancy her and avoided her like the plague. Mrs. Su, who was worried about her eldest son's marriage, also heard the news and came. But less than a quarter of an hour after seeing Dong Fangyu, Mrs. Su went back in disappointment. In private, she said to Second Madam Su, "I'd rather Qingshen never marry a wife in his lifetime than let him marry a wife who daydreams all day long and insists on forcing others to be with her." No matter what the Su family's attitude was, Dong Fangyu came to the Prince Ding mansion every day to ask for young Master Qingshen's marriage. It became a classic funny story that people in the Prince Ding mansion must see every day. Some people even began to bet on how long young Master Qingshen could hold on and whether he would marry Dong Fangyu. "Young Master, Miss Dong Fang wants to see you." Young Master Qingshen, who rarely had half a day of leisure, heard the guard's report. Looking at the guard's smiling face, young Master Qingshen, who had always been gentle and elegant, wanted to tear Mo Xiaoyao into pieces. Rubbing his eyebrows, Su Qingshen said, "Tell Miss Dong Fang that I'm not here." For the first time in his life, young Master Qingshen wanted to run away. The guard looked at him awkwardly and said, "Miss Dong Fang said that she knew young Master Qingshen was in the mansion. If young Master Qingshen doesn't want to see her, she will wait at the gate and won't leave." "Young Master, there are many people watching at the gate." Su Qingshen was so angry that he laughed. But on second thought, although these guards wanted to watch the fun, they were indeed in a dilemma. Dong Fangyu's identity was special. At the very least, before the Prince Ding mansion investigated the background of Infinite Boundless Mountain, they could not be too forceful with her. Sighing helplessly, Su Qingshen nodded and said, "Please invite Miss Dong Fang in." The guard took the order and left. Su Qingyin popped out of the door and looked at Su Qingshen with a grin. "Big brother, that Dong Fangyu came to find you again?" Su Qingshen glanced at him indifferently and asked, "If you have nothing to do, go and help me receive the guests. Don't wander around all day with nothing to do." Su Qingyin shrunk his neck and looked at Su Qingshen pitifully. These days, even Big Brother was starting to vent his anger on him. He had been busy in the north for more than a year. It was not easy for him to take advantage of his grandfather's birthday to come back and rest for a few days. How did it become idle? Su Qingyin carefully stepped into the study and obediently stood in front of Su Qingshen as punishment. "Big brother, I was wrong." Su Qingshen smiled and asked, "What were you wrong about?" Su Qingyin sternly said, "I shouldn't have wandered around aimlessly. I'll immediately go help father and uncle. Then I'll go to grandfather to fulfill my filial piety. My biggest mistake was that I shouldn't have gloated in front of Big Brother." Su Qingshen nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Since you know you were wrong, accompany Big Brother to receive Miss Dong Fang." "Huh?" Su Qingyin's eyes widened in horror. He had seen the power of that Dong Fangyu. No matter who she met, she dared to open her mouth and preach. She dared to talk about the way of a ruler in front of Prince Ding. She dared to talk about the way of a wife in front of Sister Lier. She even dared to talk about the way of a mother in front of his mother. Had she ever been a mother? Su Qingyin even suspected that if she was in front of his grandfather, she would also dare to teach him how to be a teacher. Just thinking about it was like a nightmare. "Big brother, there's no need, right? Miss Dong Fang is here for you." Su Qingshen smiled and said, "How can that be? Miss Dong Fang is an important guest of the Prince Ding mansion. It will be more formal if you and I receive her together." Su Qingyin still wanted to say something to beg Big Brother to let him go, but a figure in white appeared at the door. Dong Fangyu stood at the door and saw that Su Qingyin was also there. She frowned slightly and nodded. "Why is fifth young master here?" Su Qingyin could not help but widen his eyes. This girl's words were too strange. What did she mean by why was he here? Even if the Princeton mansion was not his home, it was still his cousin's home. It should be more normal than her, who had nothing to do with him, right? Also, what did she mean by frowning and nodding arrogantly? Taking a deep breath, fifth young master, Su finally remembered how to treat a guest. His handsome face stiffened as he nodded and said, "Isn't Miss Dongfang here too?" Dongfang Yu could not help but widen her eyes. Even if she was slow, she could feel the hostility in Su Qingyin's words. She just did not understand why Su Qingyin was so rude to her. She did not expect that when she greeted Su Qingyin just now, he was also rude. Su Qingchen smiled and said, "Miss Dongfang, please sit down. I don't know why you came so early in the morning. What do you want to say?" Dongfang Yu nodded and said, "I want to ask if young Master Qingchen is willing to marry me." Hearing this, Su Qingchen's smile froze. Su Qingyin's mouth twitched. After a pause, Su Qingchen lowered his eyes and drank his tea indifferently. After a moment of silence, he said, "Miss Dongfang, I remember that I have already given you this answer. I refuse." "Why?" Dongfang Yu frowned. Obviously, she could not understand why Su Qingchen would refuse her. After thinking for a while, she said, "I heard that young Master Qingchen and the Queen of Nanzhao have an unusual relationship. But the Queen of Nanzhao is already married and is about to have a child. Since young Master Qingchen is a talent, you should know when to make a decision. Moreover, I am not worse than the Queen of Nanzhao. As long as it is something she knows how to do, I can do it better than her." "Miss Dongfang." Su Qingchen frowned. A trace of displeasure appeared on his handsome face. He said in a low voice, "The Queen of Nanzhao and I are just friends. Please do not spread nonsense. As a man, I am fine with it. But the Queen of Nanzhao and her husband are very close." "Miss Dongfang." Dongfang Yu was stunned. She nodded and said, "Okay, I am wrong. Since that is the case, why is young Master Qingchen unwilling to marry me?" Su Qingyin, who was listening by the side, deeply felt that even though his brother was full of wisdom and schemes, people like Dongfang Yu were his nemesis. Lightly coughing to clear his throat, Su Qingyin asked with a smile, "Miss Dongfang, why does my brother have to marry you?" Dongfang Yu said matter-of-factly, "Young Master Qingchen is Princess Ding's cousin. After young Master Qingchen and I get married, our infinite boundless mountain will naturally help Prince Ding. I will also secretly assist Prince Ding to achieve great things. Is there anything wrong with that?" Su Qingyin nodded and smiled. "There is nothing wrong with that. But why does the Prince Ding mansion need you to assist? Could it be that without you, the Prince Ding mansion can achieve great things?" Chapter 795. Such a direct and almost rude question caused Dongfang Yu a lot of trouble. She frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "But Prince Ding is the future emperor I chose. Naturally, I need to assist him." Su Qingyan rolled his eyes and said, "Without your assistance, the Prince Ding mansion has always been good. With me, the Prince Ding mansion will naturally be better." Dongfang Yu finally found her confidence and said, "After so many years, the Prince Ding mansion still can't get rid of the predicament of being surrounded by strong enemies. Isn't that enough to prove that the assistants around Prince Ding are not capable enough?" The two brothers were silent. This was definitely an indiscriminate attack. In one sentence, she scolded everyone in the Prince Ding mansion, old and young. "Predicament, my ass." Su Qingyin cursed in his heart. Was Dongfang Yu blind? Now, the Prince Ding mansion was at least the second largest, if not the largest in all the countries. Its military strength was so strong that no one dared to fight against it. What else could it want? In just a few years, it was attacked from all sides and suddenly swept the world. Such a legend could not be written in a storybook. Su Qingyin secretly circulated his qi, looked at Dongfang Yu and nodded, "I understand. In fact, we are very happy that Miss Dongfang is willing to assist Prince Ding." Su Qingchen, who was rubbing the teacup, raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at his eccentric fifth brother without saying anything. Dongfang Yu looked at Su Qingyin with some confusion, not knowing why he suddenly changed his mind. Su Qingyan coughed softly and said seriously, Director Mo of the Prince Ding Mansion has lost his wife for many years and has been single all the time. But he is one of Prince Ding's most trusted people. If Miss Dongfang is willing to marry him, I believe that both Prince Ding and the princess will believe in the sincerity of Miss Dongfang and the Boundless Mountain. Big brother, what do you think? This time, it was young Master Qingshan's turn to twitch the corner of his mouth. But he was good at hiding it, so he naturally raised the teacup to cover his mouth. He nodded calmly and said, Fifth brother, you are right. Mo. Director Mo? Dongfang Yu was dumbfounded. He couldn't remember who this Director Mo was. In fact, Dongfang Yu had seen Director Mo several times, but she was so arrogant that she only nodded slightly in front of fifth young Master Su. Even if Director Mo had a special status, in her eyes, he was just a servant of the Prince Ding Mansion. Naturally, she would not take it to heart. Su Qingyan nodded and said sincerely, That's right, it's that uncle in black clothes. Speaking of which, in the entire Glass City, he's the only uncle who can still look so heroic while wearing the black clothes of the Prince Ding Mansion. The other older men were either generals or scholars. Only Director Mo, who had a martial arts background but had always been doing literary work, could make the black outfit look so heroic and elegant. Dongfang Yu immediately remembered the gray-haired director in black when he came to the Prince Ding Mansion for the first time. His face suddenly became very embarrassed. Even when Mo Xiaoyao asked her to get lost in front of so many people, her face was not so ugly. How can that be? Dongfang Yu almost reflexively refused. Su Qingyan blinked and said, Why not? Although our Su family is very close to Prince Ding, we can't compare to the old people who have been in the Prince Ding Mansion for many generations. Director Mo's butler has been loyal to the Prince Ding Mansion for many generations. What's more, Miss Dongfang doesn't care who she marries, right? Isn't it good to marry Director Mo? I believe that although Director Mo has no intention to marry, he will sacrifice himself for the Prince Ding Mansion without hesitation. But my brother is different. Our Su family cares a lot about who my brother marries. My grandfather said, It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. It was probably the first time in Dongfang Yu's life that she met someone who spoke like Su Qingyan. Her pretty face was red, purple, and green. It was as colorful as a color palette. Su Qingshun secretly gave Su Qingyan an admiring look. She put down her teacup and said to Dongfang Yu, Miss Dongfang, fifth brother is right. If Miss is willing, the Prince Ding Mansion will naturally welcome you. I can also ask the prince to personally go to the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain to propose marriage. What do you think? No. Dongfang Yu almost screamed. This change in expression instantly made the originally strange and mysterious aura on her disappear without a trace. It was as if she was an ordinary shrewish girl who was dissatisfied with her marriage. That's an old man, and a servant at that. How can he be good enough for me? Su Qingshan and Su Qingyan's faces darkened slightly. They did not comment on Dongfang Yu's words. It was this woman who was not good enough for Director Mo. Although Director Mo was not young anymore, his looks were not bad, and he did not look old. He also held the position of the Prince Ding Mansion's manager. He was definitely Prince Ding's most trusted aide. It was also because he had no intention of marrying a wife. If he really wanted to marry a wife, there would probably be many families in Glass City who would rush to marry their daughters over. Although it was not very nice to anger a girl like this, Su Qingshun was really annoyed by Dongfang Yu these days. Seeing her like this now, the displeasure on her face became even more obvious. Since that's the case, it looks like Miss Dongfang is not very sincere. Originally, the Prince Ding Mansion did not need any capable people to help. Miss, please leave, Su Qingshan said mildly as she sent the guest off. Dongfang Yu returned in defeat once again. She glared bitterly at Su Qingyan, threw down the words I won't give up, and turned to leave. Once she left, the study was silent for a moment. Su Qingyan finally could not help but burst into laughter. Looking at her younger brother who was convulsing with laughter, Su Qingshan shook her head mildly and did not say anything. Su Qingyan rubbed his stomach with one hand and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the other. He asked, "Big brother, is this woman really from Infinite Boundless Mountain?" "This is too," Su Qingshun said mildly. "Whether she is or not, we will know very soon. But shouldn't be wrong. That's why people cannot leave the secular world for too long. Otherwise, they might accidentally teach such a weirdo. I wonder if the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain will regret seeing this Miss Dongfang. First young master, fifth young master, prince and princess invite you in." At the door, Director Mo was standing there, looking at the two with an indifferent expression. The two people who did not know martial arts looked at each other. Thinking of how they had just insulted fifth young master Su, they felt a little guilty. "Director Mo, when did you come?" Director Mo said mildly. "Fifth young master said that I would sacrifice myself for the Prince Ding mansion without hesitation." "Thank you for your praise." Su Qingyin blushed with shame. Director Mo is too polite. Dongfang Yu's expression was still very ugly when she left the Prince Ding mansion. Along the way, the gazes that were sizing her up made her feel uncomfortable, as if needles were stabbing her. She was not a wooden person who did not feel anything. Of course, she could feel the gazes and words of the people around her. Although many people treated Su Qingshun as a joke, Su Qingshun had suffered an undeserved calamity in this matter. In reality, the person that everyone looked down on and mocked was only Dongfang Yu. But Dongfang Yu only treated this as a trial, an error on her path to success. Therefore, she always gritted her teeth and acted as if nothing had happened. But today, being mocked and teased by Su Qingyin so openly, no matter how thick her skin was, she could not hold it any longer. Chapter 796. She clearly wanted to help the Prince Ding mansion. She didn't believe that Prince Ding and Su Qingshun didn't know how much she and Infinite Boundless Mountain could bring to the Prince Ding mansion. But they just didn't think much of her. For a moment, Dongfang Yu hated Prince Ding for failing to recognize Mount Tai, and hated the Su family for rejecting her. If it were someone else, she would have long since tried to build a good relationship with Infinite Boundless Mountain. But the Prince Ding mansion was so arrogant and rude. But even so, her ambition and willpower would not change. Before leaving the mountain, she would definitely make a contribution that would surpass that of her ancestors. She would definitely help create an emperor who would unify the world and let the whole world know the name of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Miss Dongfang. Dongfang Yu walked out of the Prince Ding mansion absent-mindedly, and a low male voice came from behind her. Dongfang Yu looked back, only to see Mo Jingli standing not far behind her, looking at her. She immediately restrained her feelings of depression and resentment, and raised her head to look at Mo Jingli calmly. It had to be said that Dongfang Yu's so-called secret technique was pretty good. The moment she raised her head, it was as if she had become a different person. The expression on her beautiful face was indifferent, without a smile, but it gave people a kind of attraction that they couldn't look away from. She was like a fairy bathed in a mysterious glow. For a moment, Mo Jingli even felt his heart skip a beat. "What's the matter, Prince Li?" Mo Jingli calmed himself down and walked up to Dongfang Yu. He lowered his head to look at Dongfang Yu, saying, "Is Miss Dongfang in a bad mood?" Dongfang Yu was not stupid. How could she not see that Mo Jingli was trying to get close to her? But she quickly found that Prince Li's attentiveness didn't make her happy. Instead, she clearly remembered that the Prince Ding mansion and the Su family had mercilessly rejected her. She immediately felt a little bored. She glanced at Mo Jingli, and then lowered her eyes indifferently. As long as he did not look at Dongfang Yu's face and eyes, Mo Jingli's senses were still normal. Naturally, he could feel Dongfang Yu's coldness towards him. Did Miss Dongfang go to the Prince Ding mansion again? Mo Jingli did not mind, and asked as he walked calmly beside Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu stopped, looked at Mo Jingli seriously, and asked, "Does Prince Li look down on me?" Mo Jingli shook his head and said, "Why would I? However, I do have some advice for you, so that you won't run into a wall again." Dongfang Yu was startled. "Tell me about it," Mo Jingli said. Mo Xiaoyao's feelings for Yi Li are known throughout the world. Mo Xiaoyao will not do anything that might upset Princess Ding. Dongfang Yu nodded and said, I already know that, so I don't intend to get between Prince Ding and Princess Ding. And Mo Jingli continued, I know that you think Su Qingshun is not bad, but the Su family, especially Su Qingshun, looks gentle and elegant, but I'm afraid that he is even more arrogant than Mo Xiaoyao. He will never accept a marriage without feelings. So after so many years, Su Qingshun is over 30 years old, but still hasn't married. Even Mr. Qingyun, Mr. Hong Yu, and the others can't force him to do anything. If you keep pestering him like this, I'm afraid it will backfire. Dongfang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she said thoughtfully, Is that so? Then what if? What if I make Su Qingshun fall in love with me? Looking at her expression, Mo Jingli somewhat understood what she wanted to say. He smiled faintly and said, Besides, there's one more thing. The Su family has a strict upbringing. Although everyone in the Su family dotes on Princess Ding, so they don't restrict her, it's actually because the family name of the Prince Ding mansion is Yi, and the family name of the bride is Mo, not Su. No matter how talented the women of the Su family are, they have to stay at home to help their husbands and raise their children. Even today's first Madame Su, second Madame Su, and second Madame Su, which one of them wasn't a famous talented woman, but now he was still unknown to the public. So, if you really want to marry into the Su family, I'm afraid you have to think it over carefully. Dongfang Yu glanced at him faintly and said, I know what you are thinking, but I've already chosen the Prince Ding mansion. No matter how much you think about it, it's useless. The smile on Mo Jingli's face suddenly froze. He forced a smile and said, You must be joking, Mississippi. I was just reminding you out of kindness. Dongfang Yu snorted softly and ignored Mo Jingli. She went to her temporary residence. Behind her, Mo Jingli looked at her leaving figure, his eyes shining with determination. Dongfang Yu didn't stay in the post house with Jinnum of Gojoseon. Jinnum of Gojoseon was right. The power of the infinite, boundless mountain was indeed spread all over the world. Even Glass City, they had their stronghold. The place where Dongfang Yu stood was a rather spacious, empty courtyard in Glass City. When the Mahist army first came to Glass City, many officials and rich businessmen fled to the pass, and many houses in the city were empty. This house had been bought at that time, but no one had moved in until Dongfang Yu's arrival. Dongfang Yu waved away the servants who came to greet her and turned back to her room. As soon as she closed the door and turned around, she saw a figure sitting by her bed. The light in the room was dim, and there were layers of gauze. She couldn't see who it was. With a flick of her wrist, two short swords appeared in her hands. Dongfang Yu pointed at the person and said sternly, Who are you? Without waiting for the person to answer, she pounced forward. The short swords in her hands turned into two streaks of silver light that cut through the layers of gauze. You are. A low and slightly hoarse female voice sounded in the room. Dongfang Yu was shocked. She hurriedly defended herself and landed on the ground. Seeing the figure walking out, she hurriedly knelt down and bowed. Master. It was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s. Her appearance was more outstanding than Dongfang Yu's. Although her youth was fleeting, she was still charming. Looking at Dongfang Yu indifferently, the woman nodded and said, You're quite bold. Dongfang Yu was startled. She said with some panic, Master, did you do something wrong? The woman stared at Dongfang Yu for a while. Then she raised her hand and slapped her hard on the face. Dongfang Yu's white, jade-like face instantly turned red. But facing the woman's cold and indifferent gaze, she didn't dare to say anything. She only heard the woman say, You dare to sneak down the mountain after eavesdropping on my conversation with the elder? It's fine if you go down the mountain. With your martial arts, no one can bully you when you're outside. But you actually dared to come and find Prince Ding. Who dares to be so bold as you? Infinite Boundless Mountain has never chosen the Prince Ding mansion for so many years. Do you know why? Chapter 797. Hearing her master's words, Dongfang Yu could not help but be taken aback. The successors of Infinite Boundless Mountain indeed had nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion. However, she had not thought too much about it at the time, only taking it that she was not fated with the Prince Ding mansion. After all, Infinite Boundless Mountain was supposed to assist the Emperor, and the original Prince Ding Mansion could not possibly have produced the previous Emperor. It was precisely because of this that she was even more concerned about the Prince Ding Mansion. If she could do something that her predecessors had not been able to do, her master would definitely be very happy, and she would also become the most powerful successor of Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, she had never thought that the first thing her master did when she saw her was to give her a vicious slap. "Master!" Covering her reddened face, Dongfang Yu looked at the middle-aged woman, feeling wronged. This middle-aged woman was the current lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain, and also Dongfang Yu's master. Looking at the child, she had raised herself, looking at her with teary eyes. The lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain, similarly, did not feel good. Dongfang Yu was the most talented disciple she had ever seen. Her secret martial arts and talents were even more outstanding than her own when she was young. She had also always been proud of her disciple. However, she did not know where exactly she had gone wrong. She had clearly already taught her some strategies and methods that she should have learned, but this disciple seemed to have been born ignorant. Her way of dealing with people, interacting with people, and even her grasp of people's hearts were so childish that it was laughable. In this aspect, she could not even be compared to a child sweeping an infinite boundless mountain. By the time she had discovered these inadequacies, it was already too late. Dongfang Yu's character had already been formed. An intelligent and beautiful girl who had been pampered since she was young, never having suffered any setbacks or experiences. This made Dongfang Yu completely ignorant of the ways of the world. At the end of the day, this world was still made up of people. If one could not even understand people's hearts, what was the use of being so knowledgeable? Just like this time, Dongfang Yu had only felt a headache from the few words she had spoken with the elder, and had simply thought that Mo Xiuyao was the most suitable candidate for the successor of Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, she had not thought at all about what kind of person Mo Xiuyao was, or whether he could be controlled by her. By the time she had rushed over to Glass City after receiving the news, Dongfang Yu had already caused a huge commotion in Glass City. Virtually everyone under the heavens already knew that Infinite Boundless Mountain had chosen Prince Ding as their assistant. Currently, Infinite Boundless Mountain was already riding a tiger and finding it hard to back down. The middle-aged woman sighed helplessly as she looked at the innocent and aggrieved look of her beloved disciple whom she had raised from a young age. She leaned over and pulled her up. Dongfang Yu also knew that his master was really angry this time. He stood up and called out to his master nervously. The middle-aged woman pulled her to the side and sat down. Looking at her slightly red eyes, she asked softly, "You've been down the mountain for so long. Did you suffer any grievances?" Dongfang Yu bit the corner of her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. These days, she had suffered more grievances in the Prince Ding Mansion than she had in her entire life. Previously, she had still been able to encourage herself by saying that everything was for the sake of Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, that slap from her master just now had more or less made her understand that her previous actions might have been wrong. The middle-aged woman said helplessly, "It's master's fault. Master did not teach you well." "No." Dongfang Yu shook her head and said, "It's my fault. I acted impulsively and made master worry." No matter what, Dongfang Yu still respected her master who had raised her from a young age. Seeing her master blaming herself so much, she hurriedly shook her head and said. The middle-aged woman patted the back of her hand and said softly, "All right, tell master what happened these days. Master will think of a way." Ever since they had discovered that they could not change Dongfang Yu's character, Infinite Boundless Mountain had already thought of a remedy. Originally, they had not intended to let Dongfang Yu come down the mountain alone to gain experience. However, they did not expect Dongfang Yu to act first and report later. Although the current situation was a little tricky, it was not impossible to solve. Only then did Dongfang Yu slowly explain in detail what had happened after she had left the mountain. Although she did not know the ways of the world, her martial arts and the careful guidance of Infinite Boundless Mountain for more than 10 years were not fake. Therefore, after leaving the mountain, Dongfang Yu did not suffer. She directly went to Genom of Gojoseon and Leishanting. After Lei Jinting confirmed her thoughts and identity, he took care of the rest. She only needed an appropriate opportunity to appear in front of Prince Ding. On the contrary, after seeing Prince Ding, she suffered a lot of grievances and suffering. Humans were selfish. Although it was her own child's fault, after hearing the Prince Ding mansion's merciless rejection and ridicule of Dong Fanyu, the middle-aged woman could not help but be angry. Her beautiful face that still retained its charm seemed to be covered by a layer of ice in an instant. Good. What a good Prince Ding mansion. How dare you look down on Infinite Boundless Mountain? The people of Infinite Boundless Mountain had never thought that their power was inferior to the Prince Ding Mansion. The reason why they had never provoked the people of Prince Ding Mansion was that the character and ability of the past Prince Ding were very difficult to grasp. However, this did not mean that they would feel that they were inferior to the Prince Ding Mansion because of this. There was also the Su family. Not only were there records of Infinite Boundless Mountain in the handwritten notes of the Su family's ancestors, the handwritten notes of the ancestors of Infinite Boundless Mountain were also recorded in the handwritten notes of the Prince Ding Mansion. This was the second time that the Su family had rejected Infinite Boundless Mountain. Master, what should I do now? Dong Fanyu asked a little nervously. She was also a person with dignity. If she could, she would not be willing to give up Su Qingshun like this. After being mercilessly ridiculed by the Su family's brothers, Dong Fanyu's obsession with the Prince Ding Mansion had actually been slowly transferred to Su Qingshun. Originally, she wanted to marry Su Qingshun in order to get close to the Prince Ding Mansion. Mo Xiaoyao was the person she would assist in the future. Since he was unwilling to marry her, of course she would not force her future monarch to be unhappy. However, Su Qingshun's unhesitant rejection and Su Qingyin's ridicule were not things that Dong Fanyu could accept. The middle-aged woman lowered her eyebrows in deep thought. She sighed slightly and said, "Since you have already done this, if you change your mind at the last minute, how can Infinite Boundless Mountain still have the face to stand in the world? In fact, if it was really Dong Fanyu who changed her mind and looked down on the Prince Ding Mansion, it would be fine." However, almost everyone in the world now knew that it was the Prince Ding Mansion that looked down on Dong Fanyu. If Infinite Boundless Mountain changed its stance and supported someone else at this time, it would confirm this rumor. Even if they really did choose someone else in the future, their status and prestige in the eyes of the other party would be greatly reduced. Hearing her master say this, Dong Fanyu's eyes could not help but light up slightly. "Master, what should we do now?" The middle-aged woman snorted softly and said, "Tomorrow I will personally go to the Prince Ding Mansion to visit Prince Ding and the first young master of the Su family. Don't worry, Master will not let anyone bully you." Dong Fanyu's beautiful face could not help but reveal a pure and happy smile. "You are knows that Master is the best." Here, Dong Fanyu and the middle-aged woman were currently discussing how to deal with the Prince Ding Mansion. On the other side, the Prince Ding Mansion had also received the news that the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain had entered the city. Infinite Boundless Mountain's deep roots and shocking strength elsewhere. However, Glass City was under the absolute control of the Prince Ding Mansion. It was already not easy for Infinite Boundless Mountain to be able to set up a few spies in Glass City. For something as big as the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain entering Glass City, it was basically impossible for him to do it without anyone knowing. Therefore, when the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain thought that he was infallible and wanted to negotiate with the Prince Ding Mansion for his disciple, the Prince Ding Mansion had also opened up a massive net towards Infinite Boundless Mountain. Chapter 798. In the Prince Ding Mansion, Mo Xiaoyao casually passed the information he had just obtained to Su Qingshun. Smiling, he said, "Brother Qingshun, the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain has come. Does this count as—" Before he had finished speaking, Yili sitting beside him pinched him viciously on the waist. Yili did not hold back in the slightest in this pinch. It was just that her actions were so secretive that Su Qingshun and Su Qingyin, sitting opposite her, did not notice it. Therefore, the two of them only looked strangely at Mo Xiaoyao, who had stopped halfway through his words, his face contorting slightly before he smiled fawningly at Yili. Having known Mo Xiaoyao for so many years, Su Qingshan also knew that Mo Xiaoyao's mouth would not be able to spit out any good words. Now wanted to get to the bottom of it. He wanted him to finish speaking, lest he angered himself for no reason. Silently reading the secret letter that Mo Xiaoyao had handed over, Su Qingshan frowned slightly. This Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain is not as easy to deal with as Dongfang Yu. Is there any news from Genom of Gojoseon side? Yili said, Genom of Gojoseon side does not know much either. They only know that this generation's Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain is called Dongfang Hui and could be considered the grandniece of Lei Jinting's grandmother. Ever since Lei Jinting's father succeeded the throne, the Emperor of Shiling's interactions with Infinite Boundless Mountain have gradually decreased. Therefore, they do not know much about this either. Mo Xiaoyao said, It should be that the Emperor of Shiling's understanding of Infinite Boundless Mountain has decreased. However, Infinite Boundless Mountain's control over the Emperor of Shiling's side has probably not decreased. Otherwise, Lei Jinting would not be so wary of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Su Qingshan nodded, saying, Prince is right. With Dongfang Yu's intelligence, being able to accurately find Lei Jinting the moment he descended the mountain was sufficient to show that Infinite Boundless Mountain's control and understanding of the outside world had never weakened. I reckon that Lei Jinting's inability to replace the Emperor of Shiling all these years is also related to Infinite Boundless Mountain. Compared to the weak and useless Emperor of Shiling, Lei Jinting was definitely an extremely difficult person to control. Letting him ascend the throne was clearly not in line with Infinite Boundless Mountain's interests. Mo Xiaoyao nodded his head in satisfaction. If that's the case, I believe that Lei Jinting is sincere about cooperating with us. A true expert would never be willing to submit to the control of others. As for Lei Jinting, there was no doubt that he was one of the top experts in the world. What are Prince's plans? Su Qingshan asked. Mo Xiaoyao laughed coldly. Take drastic measures. Only by completely eliminating Infinite Boundless Mountain would they be able to prevent any future troubles. Even if Infinite Boundless Mountain did not take the initiative to look for the Prince Ding mansion this time, or even completely did not participate in this chaotic struggle for hegemony, when Mo Xiaoyao was free, he would also go find trouble with them. Just because they did not provoke the Prince Ding mansion now did not mean that they would not do so in the future. With such an organization that seemed to be independent of the world, yet also deeply rooted in every corner of the world, as long as one was in power, they would definitely not like it. In the past, it had nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion, but that might not be the case in the future. Su Qingshan clearly felt that Mo Xiaoyao's idea was not bad. After pondering for a moment, she frowned slightly, saying, In so many years, no one has been able to find the true location of Infinite Boundless Mountain. I suspect that there is a massive natural formation in the vicinity of Infinite Boundless Mountain. I'm afraid that the Emperor Shiling's men will not be able to find it. Currently, Infinite Boundless Mountain was under the jurisdiction of Lei Jinting, and the Mahist army would not be able to easily enter and leave it. Formation. Those who had fought in wars would all have a certain level of understanding towards formations. But if Su Qingshan were to name it as such, then this formation would definitely exceed the capabilities of the average person. Otherwise, Lei Jinting would be able to deal with it himself, being a master of the art of war. Su Qingshan thought for a moment, then said, If it really comes to that, I would like to personally go and take a look. Mo Xiaoyao did not object. Although young Master Qingshan had always been modest and did not have much understanding of the art of war, the so-called formations and the art of war were two completely different domains when one reached a high level. Since young Master Qingshan was so confident, Mo Xiaoyao naturally believed in his abilities in the field of formations as well. As for Mo Xiaoyao himself, he was actually more proficient in planning and strategy on the battlefield, and rarely used formations. As for Yi Li, those single-word, long snake formation, 3-flower formation, 9 palisade trigrams formation were not much different from heavenly scriptures to her. Su Qingyan followed them to listen, and said with a smile, Brother-in-law Prince Ding Big brother, you should first think about how to deal with the master of infinite boundless mountain. I always feel that a woman who can call out a disciple like Dongfang Yu definitely has a bad temper. And that Dongfang Yu, I'm sure that she has taken a liking to Big brother. Fifth young master Su had improved a lot in these few years under Su Qingbai, especially after Su Qingbai went to the Western Tomb. It could be said that he had single-handedly supported the farming in the north and the resettlement of hundreds of thousands of refugees. It was as if he was going to be able to take charge of a region on his own. This made Imo Shuyao very satisfied. The young masters of the Su family were the kind of people who would get more and more powerful the more pressure you gave them. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use all his strength to squeeze them dry. Su Qingqiang glanced at her brother indifferently. Su Qingyin suddenly felt a chill on the top of his head and lowered it pitifully. What he said was true. Big brother had been an immortal for a long time, and the people he usually interacted with were all scheming people or people close to him who respected him like a god. How could he understand the thoughts of a girl? Su Qingyin had spent a lot of time mingling with the ordinary people of the lower class. His understanding of the thoughts of ordinary girls was obviously much more thorough than that of an immortal like Su Qingqian. Big brother, don't blame me for not warning you if you don't listen to me and attract a bad girl. Su Qingyin thought gloatingly in his heart. The four of them were talking about infinite boundless mountain when the guard outside reported that Prince Li had requested an audience. Su Qingyin could not help but be amused and said with a smile, "Isn't Imo Jingli trying to curry favor with Dongfang Yu? I reckon that kind of arrogant beauty is hard to please." Imo Jingli must have been met with a nose full of dust. For a girl like Dongfang Yu, if she took a liking to you, you could not reject her. If she did not like you, you could also not get close to her. If Imo Jingli wanted to curry favor with her, he would only be asking for trouble. Previously, when Dongfang Yu had just left the Prince Ding mansion, she had a chance encounter with Imo Jingli. Everyone in the Prince Ding mansion naturally knew about this, but they did not care. At this time, there were more than one person in Glass City who had the same thoughts as Imo Jingli. Guess what he came here for? Su Qingyin asked curiously. It could be said that everyone knew how much Imo Jingli hated Imo Xiaoyao. If there was no extremely important matter, he would definitely not set foot in the Prince Ding mansion. Imo Xiaoyao leaned against the back of the chair, stroking his chin and smiling lazily. I think he came to give a gift. Give a gift? Su Qingyin's eyes widened. Imo Jingli would give a gift to Prince Ding? It was possible that he would give him a few bottles of poison and stuff them into his mouth. The moment Imo Xiaoyao said this, even young Master Qingqian's expression changed slightly, his handsome eyes moving slightly. Are you sure he would give you something so important? Imo Xiaoyao smiled complacently. I said before that no treasure in this world can compare to a lack of successors. From the start, Imo Jingli had no choice but to agree to I. He just could not swallow his anger. Look, it has only been a few days, and the thing has already arrived. It must have been I who mentioned it, and he immediately sent someone back to retrieve it. Chapter 799. Yili raised her eyebrows and said, "Giving away to Chu State's national treasure to someone else, Imo Jingli wouldn't be able to explain it to the court, right? What does this have to do with I?" Imo Xiaoyao blinked and asked with a smile. The three people present were silent. It really didn't have anything to do with it. When Imo Jingli entered the room, his entire body was surrounded by a cold wind. Unfortunately, the four people present were not cowards. Instead, it scared the attendants holding the boxes behind him quite a bit. When they placed the boxes on the table, their hands were trembling. Dismissing the attendants, Imo Jingli stared at Imo Xiaoyao and said, "I've brought the thing you wanted. Where's the thing I want?" Imo Xiaoyao smiled indifferently and said, "Since King Li is straightforward, I will naturally keep my word. Brother Qingshan, take a look." Although the difference between a treasure and a fake was not big, the actual value was as different as heaven and earth. Su Qingshan nodded and stood up. She walked in front of a long brocade box and gently opened it. Inside was a snow-white jade zither. The body of the zither was as white as snow, and its luster was as gentle as jade. A blood-red phoenix was carved on the head of the zither. Since ancient times, the best zither material was polonio wood. A zither made of jade was unheard of. Without mentioning anything else, such a large piece of top-quality white jade was extremely hard to find. Not to mention, jade was not as good as polonio wood. To carve into a zither was even more difficult. And this jade zither was not only beautiful in appearance, but the sound was also peerless. And in hundreds and thousands of years, there was only one zither made of white jade. It was known as an immortal zither tool. Su Qingshan's elegant and calm eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Her fingertips gently moved, and ethereal sounds of the zither came from her fingertips. Even if it was just a few random notes, it was extremely pleasing to the ears. It really is the phoenix zither. Su Qingshan stopped and softly praised. Su Qingyan looked at the white jade zither in the brocade box in shock. For a moment, he was so shocked by this shocking news that he couldn't recover. Phoenix zither. Phoenix zither. Was this the phoenix zither that had been passed down from generation to generation for several hundred years? As for the others, Su Qingyan unconsciously held his breath and stared blankly as Su Qingshan's slender fingers reached for another box. There was a white dress in the box. The snow-threaded dress didn't look very beautiful. It could even be said that it wasn't particularly eye-catching. The translucent white gauze was woven with a looming snow lotus pattern. Whether it was the phoenix brocade or the hibiscus brocade, which was once known as the best brocade in the world, the water cloud muslin had countless styles and colors that could compete with it. However, the value of the snow-threaded robe wasn't in its beauty, but its unbreakable defense. Su Qingshan looked up at Mo Xiaoyao and asked with a smile, "Prince, do you want to try it yourself?" "Of course I have to try." How could he dare to let Lily use something that he hadn't tried before? Perhaps it wouldn't be a defensive treasure, but would instead become the culprit that injured Li. Mo Xiaoyao didn't stand on ceremony. He waited until Su Qingshan left before standing up. A silver light flashed at his waist, and the white dress in the box was lifted up. After a few more slashes, the sword light disappeared into his waist, and the white gauze robe gently fell into his hand. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the thousand snow-threaded robe that is said to be unbreakable. Not only can it block sharp swords, it can also block energy. Even with Mo Xiaoyao's profound skill, the thousand snow-threaded robe was not damaged in the slightest. From this, it could be seen that its defensive power was heaven-defying. Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingli's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. To use a sword so casually in front of him was too arrogant. Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "Since you've given it to its eyes, can't I cut a few of them to try?" Mo Jingli gritted his teeth, but didn't say anything. Mo Xiaoyao took the snow-threaded robe to Yi Li in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Li, do you like it? I'll get someone to modify it and make it into a beautiful new robe. Can Li try it?" Actually, among the treasures, the one he valued the most was this robe that was useless to normal people. As for the others, even though he refused to give it to Su Qingshan when she asked for the phoenix zither, it was just a joke. Yili also knew Mo Xiaoyao's intentions. She nodded with a smile and said, "Very good. It's not bad even if you don't modify it." Mo Xiaoyao's expression became even more joyful. He said with a smile, "As long as Lily likes it." The remaining two treasures, the country-suppressing seal and the incineration sword, were also the real deal. Actually, Mo Jingli had interacted with Mo Xiaoyao countless times since he was young. He really didn't have the courage to use a fake to fool him. But in the end, the incineration sword was taken back by Su Qingshan for research because it had too much killing intent. It was taken away along with the phoenix zither. Mo Xiaoyao didn't care. With his current martial arts, there was no need for him to use any divine weapons. In the end, Prince Ding spent a lot of effort to extort Mo Jingli and only got the country-suppressing seal for himself. Mo Xiaoyao casually played with the country-suppressing seal that was about the same size as the imperial jade seal. He looked at it left and right, but couldn't see the value of it. He then threw it to Su Qingyin, who was eyeing it covetously from his side. Su Qingyin cheered as he held the country-suppressing seal and looked at it fondly. Mo Jingli glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. The treasures in these bastard hands were all his. Was it really okay to study it in front of him, the original owner? Mo Xiaoyao, this is what I want, Mo Jingli said in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao casually waved his hand, and a small object flew towards Mo Jingli's face. Mo Jingli raised his hand to catch it and felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He was secretly shocked at Mo Xiaoyao's profound cultivation. At the same time, he gripped the porcelain bottle in his hand tightly. He opened it and sniffed it. After confirming that it was the same thing Yu gave him, he secretly sighed in relief. Mo Xiaoyao looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I can't be bothered to make fake medicine for you. Whether you have a house full of descendants or no descendants has nothing to do with I." Mo Jingli gritted his teeth, but he couldn't help but admit that Mo Xiaoyao was speaking the truth. Mo Xiaoyao looked at him and said slowly, "There's no reason for you to hate I so much. I wasn't the one who poisoned you. I wasn't the one who hid your son, and I didn't even steal the antidote. I just happened to have it. So what's wrong with me casually taking it? Or do you expect I to help the world without expecting anything in return?" Mo Jingli stared at him and said coldly, "I will remember what happened this time." "As you wish," Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. In any case, Mo Jingli would hate him regardless of what happened this time. Then why should he be constrained by this? Naturally, he would take as many things as he could get. It would be a waste to leave them in Mo Jingli's hands anyway. Su Qingyin raised his head and looked pitifully at Mo Jingli as he played with the country-suppressing seal. He really wanted to tell him, "Prince Li, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you'd lose so many treasures and still be angry to the point of vomiting blood." He didn't need to say anything. Mo Jingli had been trampled on by a certain person for many years. He glared fiercely at Mo Xiaoyao, then left in a huff. Chapter 800. This morning, the Prince Ding mansion and the Su family brought the two one-month-old babies to Master Qingyun's courtyard to chat and laugh. After the birthday celebration, Mo Xiaoyao also came back from the border. Master Qingyun couldn't stand the noise in Li City and was worried about the students of Lishan Academy. So he prepared to leave the city and return to Lishan Academy. Everyone couldn't stop him and could only come over to eat breakfast with Master Qingyun before sending him out of the city. Mr. Qingyun was also very fond of the two newborn babies. Looking at little Lin, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, Master Qingyun asked, "Did you choose the names of the two children?" Yili smiled. "Aren't they waiting for grandfather to give them good names?" Master Qingyun shook his head. "How can there be parents like you? The names of the three children were all given by other people. You're lazy." Yili smiled. "How can grandfather be considered as other people? It's their good fortune to have grandfather give them names." Even in the Su family, only the two uncles and eldest brother's names were given by grandfather. Mo Xiaobao lay beside Master Qingyun's legs and nodded. "Mother is right. The names grandfather gave are good." Although Mo Xiaobao was given a nickname that wasn't very beautiful by his father, it was fortunate that his name was still able to support the situation. Mo Yu Chun, no matter how you look at it, was more impressive than his father's name. So the name grandfather gave him must be praised. Mo Xiaoyao felt a bit wronged. Although he knew that Master Qingyun gave a name that many people begged for, but could it be that the names he gave weren't good? All right, he was a bit slow in naming his daughter. As for his son, why would a boy need such a good name? Having the ability was the most important. Glancing at Mo Xiaoyao's wronged appearance, Yili was expressionless. Thinking of the pile of papers in the study about her daughter's name, her head hurt. Mo Xiaoyao really didn't have the talent for naming. Master Qingyun lowered his head and thought, "Since Yu Chen has the word Yu, then how about Lin or name foam?" Su Hongyu nodded and smiled. Yufeng? Father had chosen a good name. Prince Lear, what do you think? Imo Xiaoyao didn't have any objections to his son's name. Yili also nodded with a smile and said, naturally, the name given by grandfather is a good name. Don't look at how simple the word Feng was, as if it wasn't as domineering and noble as Yuchun. Grandpa must have hoped that little Lin would grow up to have a carefree personality. After all, no matter what happened to the Prince Ding mansion in the future, if there were no accidents, the one to inherit the Prince Ding mansion should be Imo Xiaobao. Grandpa naturally didn't want the tragedy of brothers fighting against each other to happen to them. In that case, little Lin, name shall be Yufeng. What should our little princess be called? Qin Zheng asked with a smile. Mr. Qin Yun lowered his head and thought for a moment. He said, how about Yuya? Yuya? Both Yu Chun and Yu Feng follow the word Yu? Su Qinshin asked. Mr. Qin Yun shook his head and said, no, the word Yu is too strong and domineering for a girl. It's not beautiful. Imo Xiaoyao carefully savored it and also felt that he couldn't find anything bad about it. Before his daughter was born, he had secretly thought of countless names. It wasn't necessarily that there weren't better names. However, he looked at this and that and couldn't choose one no matter how hard he tried. The name that Mr. Qinyan came up with was both pleasant to hear and artistic. It also didn't disgrace his cute little princess. Nodding his head, Imo Xiaoyao pinched the little princess' sleeping face in Yi Li's hands and said with a smile, okay, in the future, I's little princess will be called Ya. The names that other people couldn't decide on for a long time, Mr. Qinyan came up with them in a short while. Yili also let out a sigh of relief. Even if she came up with a name, she might not be able to come up with a better name than Grandpa. As for Imo Xiaoyao, his daughter's name was fine, but his son's name couldn't be counted on. Now that it was solved in one go, the two babies both got good names. Naturally, it couldn't be better. I've been very busy this month. I didn't even manage to hold the two children's 1-month-old banquet. Next year, when they turn 1, we can't be so aggrieved. Looking at his two little great-grandsons, Mr. Qin Yun said with some regret. At this age, he didn't care that much about formalities. However, because of his own birthday, he had neglected the two children's 1-month-old banquet. This made Mr. Qin Yun feel some regret. He would rather not hold a birthday banquet than let the two children suffer. Yili lightly patted little Exen's swaddling clothes and said with a smile, Grandpa, don't worry. When they turn 1 next year, I'm still waiting for Grandpa to personally give them a birthday gift. Moreover, there are too many people coming this time. These two have just been born. It's not a big deal to hold such a big banquet. They can't withstand the torment. That's why we all slacked off. There was a saying among the people that children with a light fate couldn't bear too much good fortune. However, the little heir and princess of the Prince Ding mansion naturally didn't have this kind of misgivings. Yili said this to comfort Mr. Qinyan. Secondly, it was true. If there was another 1-month-old banquet, there was no doubt that the newly born twins would be pushed to the teeth of the storm. In this case, it was better to save it. Speaking of this, Mr. Qinyan also thought of something and asked, I heard that the successor of the Boundless Mountain has appeared. Although everyone was determined to hide the annoying things outside from Mr. Qinyan, it was impossible to not disclose any information. After a few days, it was not strange for Mr. Qinyan to hear some words. At the mention of this, eldest Madame Su's face was full of anger. She said, Father, you don't know. That Miss Dongfang is really a little. Our Su family can't let such a woman into our family. The last time they met, eldest Madame Su was really angry. She went to see Dongfang Yu with full of hope and joy. However, the result was like a bucket of ice water poured on her head. Her heart was cold, and she felt depressed. After marrying into the Su family for decades, Mrs. Su was famous for her good temper. But even so, she was so angry that she called Su Qinshan over and scolded him fiercely. Of course, the most wrong person was Mr. Qinshan, who suffered from the undeserved disaster from the beginning to the end. Mr. Qinyan raised his eyebrows with interest. Oh, Miss Dongfang wants to marry into the Su family? Su Qingyan immediately volunteered to tell Mr. Qingyun all kinds of stories of Miss Dongfang chasing Mr. Qingchen. Fifth young master Su's eloquence was like a lotus flower. He described Miss Dongfang's infatuation with Mr. Qingchen vividly. He completely forgot to see his eldest brother's cold smile. Fifth young master Su's words were interesting. Mr. Qingyun was also interested. In the end, he commented, "This little girl is somewhat interesting. Qingchen, what do you say?" "Grandfather," Su Qingshan called helplessly, "I have no intention of getting married." Mr. Qingyun stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. "You're not young anymore. You should think about it. However, forget about the girl of the Boundless Mountain." "Grandfather, have you seen the people of the Green Cloud Mountain?" Su Qingyan asked curiously. Last time when the successor of the Boundless Mountain came down the mountain, Mr. Qingyun was still young. However, Mr. Qingyun became famous very early. At that time, he was already famous all over the world. It was very likely that he had seen the successor of the Boundless Mountain. Mr. Qingyun shook his head with a smile. The person who came down from the Boundless Mountain this time was the mistress of the Genom of Gojoseon, the former emperor of Xiling, the Empress Dowager. However, I have seen several other people of the Boundless Mountain. Chapter 801. Are there other people from Infinite Boundless Mountain moving about at the foot of the mountain? Su Qingyan asked curiously. Su Qingshan said, "Since Infinite Boundless Mountain has such a large power, it is impossible that no one has been paying attention to it for decades. Naturally, there are people in charge of it in secret. It is just that it is much more secretive than the previous generations." Mr. Qingyan nodded. "That's right. These people have no fame in the world at all, and do not attract any attention at all. Some even die of old age without doing anything in their entire lives, no different from ordinary citizens. However, there are many capable people among them who are willing to remain silent. From this, it can be seen that Infinite Boundless Mountain's methods of controlling their subordinates are definitely exceptional. But that Dongfang Yu, fifth young master, Su was a little doubtful. That Dongfang Yu might be more knowledgeable than him, but if it was a battle of wits, he really could not see anything special about her. Mr. Qingyun shook his head. This Miss Dongfang indeed does not seem like a descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, the more she is like this, the more powerful the person Infinite Boundless Mountain will send to help her in secret. Emo Xiaoyao smiled. Isn't that powerful? The Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Dongfang Hui, has already personally come to Glass City. I reckon it won't be long before they come asking for an audience. Dongfang Hui. Su Hongyu frowned slightly, asking. Yili nodded. That's right. Has First Uncle heard of this name before? Su Hongyu was silent for a moment, before saying mildly, I do know someone called Dongfang Hui. Yili could not help but look at Emo Xiaoyao beside her. Coincidentally, Emo Xiaoyao also looked over. The two were silent. From First Uncle's tone, it did not seem like they had an ordinary relationship. If it was really as they thought, then it would really be a huge mess of melodrama. If the two of them could tell, the others would naturally be able to as well. However, no one asked in detail. Lady Su, Qin Zheng, and the others had always only cared about the matters of the inner residence and would not ask about it. After breakfast, Su Qingfeng and Su Qing's sent Mr. Qingyun out of the city, before everyone returned to the study to continue their conversation. Originally, Su Qingyan also wanted to send Master Qingyun out of the city, but for some reason, he changed his mind and said that he had something to do and would leave the city tomorrow to accompany his grandfather. Then, he shamelessly followed Master Qingyun into the study. Father, what's your relationship with Dongfang Hui? Fifth young master Su was the first to lose his cool. The other three people secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. If Su Qingyan hadn't asked on their behalf, even young Master Chen wouldn't have had the nerve to ask his father such a private question. Su Hongyu was stunned. He glared at Su Qingyan and scolded him with a smile. What nonsense are you thinking? We only knew each other when we were young. Looking at the expressions of the other three, it was clear that they had the same idea as Su Qingyan. Mr. Hong Yu was so angry that he slapped Su Qingyin's head in annoyance. It wasn't that they were narcissistic and thought that every woman would have feelings for Su Hongyu. Though Master Hongyu was already in his prime, he was still lean and handsome. Just by looking at the appearances of Su Qingshun and his brothers, one could imagine how handsome Master Hongyu had been when he was young. Though the marriage of the Su family brothers had almost become a problem these past few years, it definitely wasn't because they weren't well off. On the contrary, it was because they were just too outstanding. There were very few ladies who could match up to them. Su Qingyan didn't mind being scolded by his father. Compared to such a small scolding, he was more worried that his father's confidant would suddenly appear, or even a concubine. Not to mention what his mother would think, or what his brothers would think. His grandfather would break his father's legs first. So you're saying that the time of infinite boundless mountains' entry into the world is actually rather random? Su Qingshun raised his brows and asked. Su Hongyu said mildly, "They say that they enter the world once every 60 years. But how could it be so strict? If it's not their turn, then wouldn't those who enter after 60 years be stuck in the mountain forever? No matter how intelligent a frog in a well is, it's useless. It's just that they don't do it so openly." I met Dongfang Hui 27 or 28 years ago. At that time, she was only 16 or 17 years old, having just come down from the mountain to temper herself. What does eldest uncle think of this Dongfang Hui? Yili asked. Su Hongyu thought for a moment, then said that was because she was still young and was still rather innocent. However, her methods, impatience, and decisiveness were all not bad. At the very least, it's definitely not something that girl called Dongfang you can compare to. After so many years, I can't say for sure what exactly has happened. However, we must not underestimate her. Su Qingxin nodded. Many thank for father's reminder. Your son knows. Indeed, just afternoon, Chief Steward Mo came to report that the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain had come to visit, and that he had specially said that he had come to visit the first young master of the Su family, Su Qingxin. From this faint special explanation, it could be seen that the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain were a little displeased with first young Master Su. Su Qingshun, who had originally intended to push the matter to Mo Shuyao, also followed along to the front hall to meet the guest. Mo Shuyao held Yi Li's hand as they walked into the hall, side by side, and saw a middle-aged woman standing in the middle of the hall with her hands clasped behind her back, admiring a painting. She didn't sit down, and Dongfang Yu beside her naturally didn't dare to sit down either. There were also quite a few young men and women standing by the side. Before Mo Shuyao had even entered, he could already feel that although these people looked young, they were all experts that were hard to come by. In comparison, in terms of martial arts, Dongfang Hui was actually the weakest. However, even so, these young men and women still stood by the side with their heads bowed respectfully. Even when Mo Shuyao and the others entered, they didn't raise their heads to look at them or say a word. Evidently, they were extremely respectful, even reverent towards Dongfang Hui. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Dongfang Hui turned to look at the door, smiling mildly. Prince Ding, Princess Ding. Nice to meet you. Yili smiled mildly, nodding. Lady Fong of Infinite Boundless Mountain, nice to meet you. Lady, please sit down. Is there anything wrong with the Prince Ding mansion? Dongfang Hui said with a smile. Princess, you're too serious. Please forgive me for intruding. Mo Shuyao held Yi Li's hand and sat down on the main seat. Dongfang Hui then sat down on the first seat on the right. Su Qingshun strolled over and sat down opposite her. Dongfang Hui looked at Su Qingshun sitting opposite her, and a faint fluctuation flashed through her eyes. She raised her head and smiled at Yi Li. Yu is young and ignorant, so she acts recklessly. These days, she has caused a lot of trouble for the Prince Ding mansion. Prince and Princess, please forgive her. Yi Li smiled and glanced at Dongfang Yu, who was standing behind Dongfang Hui, and said with a smile, Lady Fong, you're too serious. Miss Dongfang is a guest. It's our Prince Ding mansion that has neglected Miss Dongfang. Please don't blame us. Dongfang Hui frowned slightly, looking at Yi Li with a bit more admiration. Looking at the well-behaved Dongfang Yu beside her, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If you had Princess Ding's exquisite heart silk, how could things end like this? Looking sideways at Su Qingshan for a while, Dongfang Hui asked, "Is this the eldest son of the Su family, young Master Qingshan?" Chapter 802. Su Qingshan nodded, cupped his hands, and smiled. "That's me. Greetings, Madame Dongfang." Dongfang Hui nodded and sighed. Young Master Qingshan is so elegant. He really deserves the title of the #1 young master in the world. Mr. Hong Yu should be happy to have such a son. "Madam, you flatter me." Su Qingshan was still smiling, but looking at Dongfang Hui, he was even more satisfied. At the beginning, Dongfang Hui only wanted to protect the face of the infinite boundless mountain and clean up the mess for Dongfang Yu. Now, she really felt that it would be good if Su Qingshan could become the son-in-law of the infinite boundless mountain. She had no children. She had raised Dongfang Yu from a young age. She had probably spent more effort than many biological parents. Naturally, she also hoped that her disciple could have a good marriage. However, Dongfang Yu didn't understand the ways of the world. No matter who she married, her life would be difficult. Even if she had the infinite boundless mountain behind her, she couldn't guarantee that her husband would love her sincerely. If she was married and raised up, her life wouldn't be better than being a widow. But the Su family was different. As long as Dongfang Yu married into the Su family wouldn't mistreat her. Unfortunately, Dongfang Hui didn't know that Dongfang Yu had already offended the first madam of the Su family, young Master Qingshan's mother. Looking at this situation, Yili sighed softly in her heart. Why was Dongfang Hui looking at her elder brother like a son-in-law? The hall was silent for a moment. Yili asked, "Madam, what brings you here?" Dongfang Hui smiled faintly. "I haven't gone down the mountain for decades. This time, my disappointing disciple ran down the mountain. I had to go down the mountain to find her and look around. Yu has been spoiled by me since young. If she offended you, please forgive her." Yili smiled faintly. "Of course not. Miss Dongfang is talented and beautiful. Madam, you're so lucky." Looking at Yi Li's behavior, Dongfang Hui knew that it wouldn't be easy to make the Su family agree to marry Dongfang Yu. After pondering for a moment, Dongfang Hui sighed softly and said, "Princess Consort, you is to blame for this matter. Over these years, infinite boundless mountain's population has dwindled. Originally, I had not intended to let you descend the mountain. While infinite boundless mountain was a little cold and desolate, it was still much better than being swept into these chaotic times. Who would have thought that the child would run down the mountain without us noticing? But now that things had come to this, Yu was a girl after all. I don't ask for her to bring glory to infinite boundless mountain. I only hope that she can marry peacefully. Henceforth, I'll be a good wife to my husband and raise my children, living a peaceful life." It had to be said that as a master, as the person in charge of infinite boundless mountain, Dongfang Hui's efforts towards this disciple of hers were extremely moving. But the problem was that the Su family and Su Qingshan had to bear the consequences of helping her. Whether it was for the Su family, for her brother, or for the layout of the Prince Ding mansion, Yili could only bite her lip. Looking at Dongfang Yu, Yili smiled. It is also Miss Dongfang's fortune to have such a good master as Madam. Miss Dongfang is as beautiful as a flower, skilled in both the pen and the sword. She is also from a prestigious family. If Madam wishes to take in a son-in-law, how could the heroes of the world not hear the news and come? Dongfang Hui's smile faded slightly as she looked at Yili, asking, "Then, what about the first young master of the Su family?" Yili paused for a moment, before replying calmly, "Elder brother's marriage is naturally decided by grandfather, first uncle, and first aunt. While this junior is Princess Ding, I am still a junior. How could I dare to act on my own accord?" Dongfang Hui understood that Yi Li's words at least expressed her attitude. The Prince Ding mansion would definitely not make use of Su Qingshan's marriage for the sake of infinite boundless mountain's power. In fact, there was already a hidden message within. The Prince Ding mansion was unwilling to have a marriage alliance with infinite boundless mountain. As such, Dongfang Hui's opinion of Mo Xiaoyao rose a little. After all, In this world, Immerse was probably the only one who could resist such a temptation and push away such a powerful ally. Dong Fenghui frowned, saying, Princess Ding means that this matter needs to be discussed with Mr. Hong Yu and Madam personally? Yili smiled. The marriage of a child naturally needs to be discussed with their parents. It was not that Yili wanted to push the trouble to Su Hong Yu and Madam Su, but that she indeed did not have the right to reject on behalf of Su Qingchen. Even if she rejected on behalf of Su Qingchen, Dong Fenghui would still bring up Su Hong Yu and Madam Su. After all, even if one traveled the world, there was no way that a cousin could make the decision for her cousin's marriage. Dong Fenghui looked a little helpless as she asked Su Qingchen, What does young Master Qingchen say? Well, you was in the wrong in this matter. She is still a girl at the end of the day. I'm also a girl, and naturally know that it is not easy to be a girl. Su Qingchen raised his eyebrows. Dong Fenghui's matter reminded him that after these days, Dong Fengyu's reputation had already been ruined. If he did not marry Dong Fengyu, it would be irresponsible. Su Qingchen glanced sideways at Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting leisurely beside him, and said lightly, Madam, you are exaggerating. Originally, Miss Dongfang said that she was going to marry into the Prince Ding mansion. This was heard by all the dignitaries present at that time. Madam, you also know that the rules of the Su family are that we do not ask for a girl to be beautiful and talented. We only ask for a clean, gentle, and virtuous reputation. Moreover, with Miss Dongfang's character and talent, there is no need to worry that there won't be any heroes in the world fighting to marry her. Su Qingchen's words were very gentle and polite, but in Dong Fenghui's ears, they were very harsh. What Su Qingchen meant was that since Dong Fengyu was born in the Boundless Mountain, she did not need to care about her reputation at all. Not to mention that she only had a rumor with someone. Even if something really happened, there was no need to worry about no one wanting to marry her. But the Su family was an exception. The daughter-in-law of the Su family did not need to have any ability or background. She only needed a clean reputation and a virtuous character. But Dong Fengyu did not have either of these. No matter how good Dong Fenghui's temper was, she was still angered by Mo Xiaoyao's words to the point that her heart secretly ached. At the same time, she also discovered that this seemingly gentle and refined immortal young master did not have a good impression of the Boundless Mountain, even vaguely showing some hostility. Compared to Prince Ding's indifference and Princess Ding's tactful rejection, this young Master Qingchen was the one who truly hated the Boundless Mountain. Dong Fenghui was a little unsure whether Su Qingchen's attitude towards the Boundless Mountain was because of Dong Fengyu's incessant pestering these past few days. But logically speaking, with the personalities of the Su family, even if they were dissatisfied with Dong Fengyu's pestering, they would not express such direct hatred and hostility. Frowning, Dong Fenghui secretly felt that she might have been a little too anxious. Chapter 803. Although she knew that what she proposed was wrong, Dong Fenghui could not give up just like that. Not only was she unable to swallow her anger because of Su Qingchen's merciless provocation, but her identity also did not allow her to walk out of the room like this. Glass City was still filled with people, and even the Prince Ding mansion did not dare to say that there were no spies in the mansion. The moment they stepped out of the Prince Ding mansion, the news that the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain had personally proposed marriage to young Master Qingchen on behalf of his disciple and was still rejected would spread throughout Glass City. It was not that Dong Fenghui did not want to leave, but that she was also in a difficult position. After a moment of silence, Dong Fenghui quickly collected her thoughts and raised her head to ask, Since that is the case, I wonder if I can meet Mr. Hong Yu and Madam personally? Speaking of which, I have not seen Mr. Hong Yu for over 20 years. Just as Yili was about to refuse, she saw Su Qingchen nodding at her discreetly. Although she did not understand Su Qingchen's thoughts, Yili did not ask further. She summoned Zhu Jing and asked him where Su Hong Yu and Madam Su were. Zhu Jing replied, Mr. Hong Yu is in the study. Madam Su and Madam Su are in the guest courtyard talking with Madam Yang. Yili nodded and said, Go and invite Uncle and Aunt over. Zhou Jing accepted the order and left. The hall fell silent for a moment. Dongfang Hui had something on her mind and had just been slapped in the face by Su Qingshun, so she was not in the mood to speak. As the host, Immerse Xiuyao directly lay on Yi Li's lap and closed his eyes to rest. His silver hair was casually spread out on Yi Li's lap, not caring that there were guests present. Su Qingshun and Yi Li were also people who could keep their composure. They each sat and sipped their tea, their expressions calm and composed. On the other hand, although Dongfang Yu was mentally prepared for Su Qingshun's rejection, when she heard Su Qingshun's rejection again, she could not help but feel more disappointed and pained in her heart. She looked at Su Qingshun with more bitterness in her eyes. Initially, when she said that she wanted to marry Su Qingshun, it was indeed an expedient plan. Even Dongfang Yu herself did not feel that it was a must. She just felt that Su Qingshun was the best choice. However, after young Master Qingshun's repeated rejections, Dongfang Yu took it to heart. If it was said that Dongfang Yu had chosen to marry Su Qingshun first because young Master Qingshun was Ding Wangfei's cousin and the #1 strategist in Ding Wangfu, then because of young Master Qingshun himself, her persistence had nothing to do with Su Qingshun's identity. Yi Li sighed inwardly when she saw Dongfang Yu's expression. Unfortunately, Su Qingyin's prediction was right. In fact, Dongfang Yu had been careless in this matter. In the beginning, she probably did not think that she would have any feelings for Su Qingshun. That was why she could speak so openly. Just as she said, it was just a mutually beneficial cooperation. But since young Master Qingshun was known as the immortal young master, it was too easy for women to fall in love with him. If Dongfang Yu had such a relationship tribulation, it was entirely her own fault. Not long after, Su Hongyu arrived with Madame Su. Behind them was naturally Su Qingyin, who wished for the world to be in chaos. Seeing Su Hongyin, Dongfang Hui also stood up and smiled. "Brother Su, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as elegant as ever." It had to be said that Dongfang Hui was a very attractive woman, even if she was not young anymore. Perhaps it was because of her identity as the owner of the Boundless Mountain that she had the confidence and agility of a woman in the world. But she did not make people feel that she was domineering or annoying. Only Madame Sun of the Emperor of Xiling City, Sun Huinyang, had such a feeling. But she was more elegant and restrained than Sun Huinyang. Sun Huinyang only made people feel that she was agile and domineering, but she made people feel reverence and admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Su Hongyu nodded and smiled faintly. "Madame Dongfang." Yi Li stood up and said softly, "Li'er and the prince are not handling things well. Sorry to trouble first uncle and aunt." Madame Su took her hand and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? It's about Qingshun's marriage. How can it be troublesome? If I can let your big brother marry a good wife, I'm willing to be busy every day." "Mother." Su Qingshun did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that his mother really hated him for not getting married. She did not forget to make fun of him at all times. Madame Su glanced at him and said unhappily, "Do you still have something to say? If you had not been unwilling to get married, how could there be today's matter?" Young Master Qingshun touched his nose and silently admitted it. Dongfang Hui and Dongfang Yu's expressions changed. Although Madame Su did not speak to them, her words were obviously scolding Su Qingshun. In the ears of others, it was more like she was saying that Dongfang Yu was shameless and wanted to stick to Su Qingshun. Dongfang Hui's expression froze slightly, but she recovered quickly. If Yi Li had not been paying attention to her, she would not have noticed it. Dongfang Hui stroked her hair and said with a faint smile, "Big brother Su, it's rare for sister-in-law to be so straightforward." Only then did Mrs. Su turn around to look at her. Then she turned to Su Hongyu and asked, "Master, is there a girl in our family? Do you think I can't tell that you're mocking me for not looking like a girl from a noble family?" Su Hongyu said with a faint smile, "Madam, don't be silly. You have been married to the Su family for more than 30 years. Don't you know who is in our family? This is Madame Dongfang of the Boundless Mountain." We met several times in the early years when Madame Dongfang went out to practice. I see. Madame Su nodded and said apologetically, Madame Dongfang, I'm sorry. Please don't take offense. Dongfang Hui only felt a pain in her stomach. She had not left the mountain for 20 years, but she had experienced a lot in these years. She had never felt that she was so annoying, or the people at the foot of the mountain had changed too quickly in the past 20 years. If Su Qingqian was trying to hide her hostility, then Madame Su was clearly hostile to her. Looking at Su Hongyu, who was standing beside Madame Su, Dongfang Hui suddenly realized something. But she also felt that she was wronged, although she did have some thoughts about Su Hongyu when she was young. But when she knew that Su Hongyu was married and she was going to take over the Boundless Mountain, she gave up this thought. If Madame Su was hostile to her because of this, she would be too narrow-minded. After the host and guests were seated, Madame Su looked at Dongfang Hui calmly and said with a faint smile, Just now, there sent someone to say that Madame Dongfang wants to talk to us about Qingqian's marriage. What does Madame have to say? Dongfang Hui felt a little embarrassed, but she still calmly said what she wanted to say. She expressed very euphemistically that the Boundless Mountain was willing to marry the Su family. Madame Su looked at Dongfang Hui lightly and said, Do you know the process of marriage in ordinary families? Dongfang Hui was stunned. Before she could answer, she heard Madame Su continue, Natsai Wenming, Naji, Nijing betrothal, and bride escort. Even in the royal family, the name of the girl who was granted marriage by the royal family is only known by those who are very close to her. Miss Dongfang has been famous all over the world before she is married. If she really gets married, asking for her name can be saved. That's not a big deal. A talented and beautiful girl should be more tolerant. In the past, the names of the noble ladies in the Chu capital were also spread, but they were not as famous as Miss Dongfang. However, the future daughter-in-law of the Su family doesn't need to be beautiful or famous. There's only one rule. She must abide by the rules and abide by the rules. Chapter 804. Dongfang Hui's face darkened. Mrs. Su clearly meant that Dongfang Yu did not meet the standards of the Su family. Mrs. Su, how am I not following the rules? Dongfang Yu, who was standing aside, could not help but step forward and ask unhappily. Madame Su glanced at her indifferently and didn't answer her question. Su Qingyan, who was standing behind Su Hongyu, poked his head out and said with a smile, Miss Dongfang, women have 4 virtues. Women's speech, women's work, women's appearance, and women's virtue. How many virtues do you have? Women's speech did not need a glib tongue, and it was appropriate. Dongfang Yu was quite eloquent, but she had never used it on the right occasion. As for women's appearance, Dongfang Yu could not pass the test just because she had practiced the art of seduction. Women's virtue was even more nonsense. For a woman who was planning how to make use of her husband's family to achieve her own industry before marriage, women's virtue meant nothing to her. In short, Dongfang Yu could marry anyone she wanted, but there was no way she could marry into the Su family, let alone adore. Dongfang Hui's eyes fell on Su Qingyan. Is this the 5th young master? Su Qingyan did not seem to notice the pressure in her eyes. He stepped forward with a smile and cupped his hands. I am Su Wu. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Dongfang. Dongfang Hui smiled and said, The 5th young master is eloquent. Su Qingyan smiled and said, Please forgive me for my rudeness, but my eldest brother is thin-skinned and is embarrassed to say many things. As his younger brother, I can't help but say a few words. My eldest brother will be in charge of the Su family in the future. If he marries a disgraceful sister-in-law, the Su family will lose face, won't it? Qingyan. Su Hongyu frowned slightly and glanced at Su Qingyan disapprovingly. But there was no reproach in his tone. Obviously, Su Qingyan's words also touched his heart, but he could not say it directly because of his identity. If he really did not want to hear Su Qingyan's rudeness, why did he wait until he finished speaking? At this point, Dongfang Hui also understood that the marriage could not be discussed today. She wasn't the kind of person who didn't know when to stop. Instead of sitting here and continuing to be humiliated It was better to leave early and go back to think of a good plan. Thinking of this, Dongfang Hui adjusted his expression and said with a faint smile, "In that case, we have disturbed Prince Ding and Princess today. I'll take my leave first." Yili didn't urge her to stay. She smiled and said, "Madam, take care." Dongfang Hui nodded and said to Dongfang Yu, let's go." Dongfang Yu bit the corner of her lips and looked at Su Qingchen. Unfortunately, Su Qingchen did not seem to notice her gaze at all. She calmly lowered her eyes and drank her tea. Dongfang Yu's face turned pale. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Fifth young master Su said that there are 4 virtues for women. How many virtues does Princess Ding have?" Shut up." Dongfang Hui scolded harshly. Dongfang Yu's eyes reddened when he was scolded by his master in front of so many people, but he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Madam Su smiled mildly. "The infinite, boundless mountain is really well educated." Su Qingyin said with a smile, "Sisterly, naturally has all 4 virtues. More importantly, Prince Ding likes someone like her. The Su family doesn't like someone like you." No matter how many rules there were, they couldn't avoid the word like. Not to mention that Yi Li was a publicly acknowledged virtuous wife. No, in the eyes of many people, she was no longer just a wife. The name of Princess Ding was enough to stand side by side with Prince Ding. Even if Yi Li didn't know anything, as long as Prince Ding liked her, there would be no problem. Similarly, even if Dongfang Yu was outstanding in everything and had outstanding looks, the Su family didn't like such a daughter-in-law. It was useless to say anything. And the Su family's requirements for their daughter-in-law were obviously different from those of the Prince Ding mansion. If Dongfang Yu really had Yi Li's ability, the Su family might not refuse. The problem was that she didn't. Dongfang Yu's face was as white as paper. Dongfang Hui couldn't bear to see her disciple so embarrassed. She glanced at her unhappily and said, "Why aren't you leaving?" Dongfang Yu had no choice but to follow behind her master silently. After sending off the guests, Su Qingyin smiled and went up to Su Qingchen, saying, "Big brother, how was it? Did brother get it right?" Su Qingchen looked at him mildly. "What did I get right? Don't deny it. That Dongfang Yu likes you. Look at her eyes just now. It was as if you had abandoned her." Su Qingyin smiled. Slap. Mrs. Su raised her hand and slapped him on the forehead. "What do you mean by abandoning her? What kind of nonsense have you learned in the past few years? Let me tell you, the women of the infinite, boundless mountain are not allowed to enter our Su family." Su Qingyin covered his forehead and said in confusion, "Mother, Dongfang Yu definitely can't marry into our family. Big brother definitely won't like her." Madam Su snorted and said, "Not only her big brother, but no one else. Not even Dongfang Yu." After saying that, she waved her sleeves and left. Su Qingyin touched his forehead and looked at Su Hongyu, saying, "Father, why do I feel that mother is implying something?" Su Hongyu raised his hand and knocked on his forehead. "You think too much." He waved to the others and left. Su Qingyin looked at Yi Li and the other 2 sadly. "Why am I always the one who gets hurt? His big brother bullied him, his mother hit him, and now even his father, who was so elegant and proud, hit him." Su Qingchen looked at him with a faint smile. Su Qingyin hurriedly shrank back and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Dongfang Hui is a smart person. Su Qingchen knocked on the armrest and said mildly, "Smart people are still pissed off by young Master Qingchen." Mo Xiaoyao said lazily. Su Qingchen smiled mildly. "That's for Dongfang Yu. If it weren't for Dongfang Yu, Dongfang Hui wouldn't be so easy to deal with." "Brother Qingchen, you seem to hate Dongfang Hui?" Mo Xiaoyao asked curiously. It was rare for Su Qingchen to express her dislike for someone. Logically speaking, Su Qingchen shouldn't have met Dongfang Hui before. Hearing this, Yi Li couldn't help but look at Su Qingchen curiously. In fact, it wasn't just Su Qingchen. Madame Su's attitude towards Dongfang Hui was also a bit strange. Yi Li couldn't help but guess that the relationship between Dongfang Hui and eldest uncle wasn't as simple as eldest uncle said, but wasn't good to recklessly guess the affairs of the elders. She could only suppress it in her heart. Su Qing-chan didn't hide it and said mildly, "It's nothing. I just stole a few letters from Dongfang Hui." Could it be? Mr. Hong Yu really had a confidant outside? Looking at the similar expressions on the two people's faces, Su Qing-chan shook his head helplessly and said, "What nonsense are you thinking? It was just Dongfang Hui's one-sided entanglement. Father didn't even see the letters. But Mother and I happened to see it. At that time, Mother was just pregnant with fourth brother. Seeing Dongfang Hui's confidence, we were a bit depressed." Yili blinked and said, "Eldest uncle didn't know what Dongfang Hui meant?" Su Qing-chan thought for a moment. "I don't think so. I took all the letters she sent to the Su family. The first one was just some words of thanks." Chapter 805. Big brother didn't give the letter to first uncle? Yili asked. Su Qing-chan frowned. Father wasn't at home when he received the first and second letters. The letters after that were I was still a little young then and didn't think things through. Su Qing-chan wasn't even 10 years old then and didn't understand many things, especially when it came to relationships between men and women. Thus, she didn't think of the best way to deal with it. Actually, it wouldn't have been a big deal if she had directly sent the letter to Mr. Hong Yu. However, it could be said that Mr. Hong Yu didn't know about Dongfang Hui's feelings back then and wouldn't feel troubled by their past relationship when dealing with infinite boundless mountains matters. Of course, Yili believed that Mr. Hong Yu wouldn't let personal matters affect his work. If that's the case, first aunt Su Qing-chan said, "Mother knows what father is thinking and trusts him. It's just that Dongfang Hui still wrote that kind of letter when she knew that father already had a wife and a child. Thus, mother didn't give her any face. Big brother also hates Dongfang Hui because of this?" Yili asked. Su Qing-chan pondered for a moment and then sighed. "Maybe it's because she's the first person I hate." Hearing this, Yili couldn't help but smile. Outsiders only thought that young Master Qingchen was an immortal young master since birth. If he didn't say it, who would know that young Master Qingchen had also done some stupid tricks for the sake of his parents' feelings and a third party who wanted to intrude into his family? Dongfang Hui probably won't give up so easily either, not to mention Dongfang Yu's wishes. It's just that this matter has caused a huge uproar. If she chooses someone else now, it will be a huge blow to infinite boundless mountains and Dongfang Yu's reputations. Thinking about what had just happened, Su Qingchen frowned. Mo Xiaoyao said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter if she likes to pester us. In any case, the ones who lose face in the end won't be us. Also, Lei Jinting needs time to make arrangements, and we also need some time to investigate infinite boundless mountains' background. If they want to make a fuss, let them." Su Qing-chan said, "Dongfang Hui is not a stubborn person. What if she cancels the marriage and simply wants to cooperate with the Princeton mansion? This way, while Dongfang Yu's reputation would suffer some damage, infinite boundless mountains' prestige and reputation would not be damaged in the least. As for Dongfang Yu, as long as this matter passed in another 2 years, with infinite boundless mountain as her backing, she would not have to worry about not being able to marry into a good family." Mo Xiaoyao frowned. "No matter what, the Princeton mansion has no intention of cooperating with infinite boundless mountain. Compared to their so-called cooperation, they were assisting. I prefer annexation. Besides, now is not the time to make fun of Lei Jinting." Because of Yili, Mo Xiaoyao did not look down on women. However, a group of women who thought they were smart had been dreaming of secretly controlling the world for hundreds of years. Mo Xiaoyao wasn't in the mood to deal with such people. Get someone to spread the news of Dongfang Hui to Mo Jingli. Right? Give him a share of Renqining as well. At the end of the day, she is a descendant of the previous dynasty and seems to have some relation to infinite boundless mountain as well. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Su Qingchen's handsome face rose slightly. Let Mo Jingli and Renqining pester them? Good idea. These two were people who would do anything to achieve their goals. While it would be impossible for them to deal with the Princeton mansion in Glass City, it would definitely be no problem for them to cause some trouble for Dongfang Hui. Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his nose. This way, I will also have time to consider how to greet Rinchining. Where is that Tan Jiji now? Yi Li said, in the dungeons of the Prince Ding mansion. Very good. Accompany me to see him, Li. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a faint cold light. If an outsider saw this, their scalp would definitely go numb, not knowing who Prince Ding was scheming against. Dongfang Hui and Dongfang Yu returned to their temporary residence. Without waiting for Dongfang Yu to say anything, Dongfang Hui stared at her coldly and said, from now on, don't mention the marriage with the Su family. Dongfang Yu was stunned. She did not understand why her master suddenly changed her mind after just one trip to the Prince Ding mansion. Master, Dongfang Hui waved her hand. No need to say anything more. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough today? The Su family will not agree to marry you. Master, they won't. Young Master Qingshun is just... Dongfang Hui interrupted her. You think it's just Su Qingshun? No one in the Su family will agree. However, the Su family will never force their children to marry as long as young Master Qingshun. Will Su Qingshun marry you? Dongfang Hui asked coldly. Dongfang Yu was speechless. Looking at her master's cold eyes, she said unwillingly, but if I don't join the Su family, then the infinite boundless mountain and the Prince Ding mansion. Prince Ding will definitely not let me marry into the mansion. Looking at the ignorant disciple in front of her, Dongfang Hui sighed helplessly. Her tone softened a little before she said, it's my fault. You are not suitable to be the successor of the infinite boundless mountain at all. It was true that the successors of the infinite boundless mountain all married the rulers of various countries. But that was because they all knew how to scheme and how to advance and retreat. Dongfang Yu did not know these at all. Even if she wanted someone to help her secretly, it would be very difficult. Master, you don't want me anymore? Hearing Dongfang Hui's words, Dongfang Yu's face turned pale, and she said in panic. Dongfang Hui patted her on the back of her hand. How can I not want you? You are my only disciple. Don't interfere in today's matters. I will send someone to send you back to the infinite boundless mountain in a few days. I still hope that you will take over the infinite boundless mountain in the future. The infinite boundless mountain was isolated from the rest of the world. Dongfang Yu did not know the ways of the world, but she was not stupid by nature. With the help of the elders and stewards, it would not be a problem for her to take over the infinite boundless mountain in the future. It was just that the situation at the foot of the mountain was indeed not suitable for her. Master, all right, you can leave. Dongfang Hui said in a low voice. Seeing that her master's expression was not very good, Dongfang Yu could only turn around and leave. In the room, Dongfang Hui looked at the empty room in a daze. After a long time, she sighed helplessly. After not seeing him for so many years, she thought that she had already forgotten him. Now that she suddenly saw his face again, she knew that she had never forgotten him. But that person... Chapter 806. In a secluded corner of the Prince Ding mansion, in a dark and cold dungeon, a disheveled man with messy clothes sat on the floor of the cell in a daze. Even though it was the end of the hot June, this underground dungeon still felt cold and gloomy. Compared to other places, although this dungeon was still cold and gloomy, it was still relatively clean and did not have any terrifying torture tools. However, the man with a face full of stubble was currently staring blankly, as if he had lost his mind. If possible, he even hoped that someone would torture him and give him a good beating. At least this way, he could feel that he was still alive and that he was not the only person in this world. In fact, he knew that he was not the only person left in this world. Outside this cold and gloomy dungeon, there must be a lively and joyous atmosphere with people coming and going. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was locked up here and could not hear a single sound from outside. He could not even see the prison guards. No one would appear in front of him, and no one would speak to him. Even the daily delivery of food and water was done silently. He could not remember how long it had been since he had seen a living person or spoken to a living person. When he was first locked up, he would still curse loudly, but later on, he did not even have the strength to curse. Gradually, he forgot how long he had been locked up here. A series of strange footsteps sounded outside the door. The man came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with a trace of light. He quickly stood up and ran towards the door. However, the long period of imprisonment and the daily meal that could not even be considered a simple tea made his body weak. He only took a few steps before he fell to the ground. The door of the dungeon was open from the outside, and two guards dressed in black came in. One on the left and one on the right. They picked up the man and walked out. The dungeon of the Prince Ding mansion was very clean because there were not many people locked up in it. The guards carried the man through 2 or 3 empty cells and walked into a spacious hall. They raised their hands and threw the man on the ground. "Young Master Tan, long time no see. Have you been well?" Emo Shuyao held Yi Li's hand as they sat in the middle of the hall, looking at the disheveled man on the floor with interest. Emo Shuyao. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken for a long time, but Tan Jiji's voice was a little hoarse. However, the way he looked at Emo Shuyao was absolutely fiery. Emo Shuyao also didn't care about Tan Jiji's gaze that seemed to want to tear him apart. He smiled faintly and said, "I came here today to tell young Master Tan some good news." Tan Jiji stared coldly at Emo Shuyao. Of course, he did not believe that Emo Shuyao would tell him any good news. Emo Shuyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Young Master Tan, you may leave now." "What?" Tan Jiji was stunned, unable to react for a moment. "I said that from today onwards, young Master Tan is free. He didn't have to stay in this dungeon anymore. Or was young Master Tan addicted to staying here? You don't want to leave?" Emo Shuyao repeated patiently. "You would be so kind? Let me out?" After not speaking for so long, Tan Jiji's words were a little incoherent. However, after a few sentences, he recovered. "What's your goal?" Emo Shuyao nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Your brain hasn't gone bad after being locked up for so long." Of course, he wouldn't let him out without any conditions. "Your conditions?" Tan Jiji asked. At this moment, he even felt that no matter what Emo Shuyao said, he would agree to it. Only those who had truly lost their freedom would understand the value of freedom. Similarly, he didn't want to stay in that cell where he was the only one who was always quiet. Emo Shuyao smiled and said, "Ren Qining is in Glass City right now. Young Master Tan, I have always been curious. Between you and Ren Qining, who is the last descendant of the royal family, Lin Yuan? Or are you both not?" Tan Jiji's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Of course it's me." Emo Shuyao nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that after being locked up for 2 years, Tan Jiji's ambition still hadn't been completely wiped out. However, this was good. If he really didn't have anything left, then Tan Jiji would be useless. Is that so? Ren Qining doesn't think so. She is now the king of the northern region. Who knows when she might change back to the previous dynasty's title. Although I don't think the chances are high. At least it's better than you, right? Emo Shuyao smiled. Tan Jiji's expression changed. He stared at Emo Shuyao and said, "You want me to help you deal with Ren Qining?" Emo Shuyao smiled and said, "You don't need to be so nervous. No matter if you agree or not, I will let you out. You can also choose to help Ren Qining go against I after you leave. I just don't know if Ren Qining will accept you or not." Actually, the answer was very obvious. If Tan Jiji was someone else, Ren Qining might have put him in an important position. However, their identities made it impossible for them to coexist. There is only one Lin Yuan, a descendant of the previous dynasty. They both knew that one of them was fake. Therefore, the one who survived was the real one. Tan Jiji was silent for a while. Then he asked, "Even if I agree, what's the use? You said yourself. He is now the king of the northern region. And I." Tan Jiji laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I am a prisoner of the Prince Ding mansion." Emo Shuyao said, "I don't think you can kill Ren Qining. You just need to give him some trouble. As for other things, there will naturally be someone else to do it. You're not afraid that I will go back on my word after I leave?" Tan Jiji asked. Emo Shuyao shrugged and said, "So what if you go back on your word? Dr. Lin saved Li and Xiaobao's lives. For his sake, I won't kill you. But if you do something you shouldn't do, I have already repaid Dr. Lin for saving my life. If Tan Jiji did anything else, then he wouldn't be embarrassed to kill him. My father. When Dr. Lin was mentioned, Tan Jiji couldn't help but be stunned. That year in the tomb of the previous dynasty, he had already cut off all ties with Dr. Lin. He didn't expect that he would still be alive after falling into Mo Xiaoyao's hands. It was all thanks to him. After thinking for a while, Tan Jiji finally nodded and said, I promise you, no matter what, he couldn't go back to the prison. He suspected that if Mo Xiaoyao didn't come back in a year, he wouldn't be able to bear it and would commit suicide. Mo Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Li, I'll leave him to your arrangements. Yili nodded and said to Tan Jiji with a smile, after young Master Tan goes out, you should settle down and take care of your body. After that, there will naturally be someone to find you. Tan Jiji looked at Yi Li and nodded. Thank you, Princess. Yili thought for a while and said, if young Master Tan has time, you can go see Dr. Lin. He has opened a medical clinic in the city. Tan Jiji shook his head and said, let's forget it. We have nothing to do with each other. Hearing him say so, Yili didn't force him. In fact, if Dr. Lin and Tan Jiji didn't have anything to do with each other, then their lives would be more stable. Chapter 807. Having said what needed to be said, Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yili up, saying to Tan Jiji, right, if young Master Tan has nothing to do, it's best that you don't wander around the city. Right now, it's not just for enchanting in Glass City. Mo Jingli, noble consort Lu, and Lei Jinting are all in Glass City. Lei Jinting didn't have much enmity with Tan Jiji, but it was different for Mo Jingli and noble consort Lu. No matter how weak Mo Jingli was, if he wanted to kill the current Tan Jiji, it would still be a piece of cake. Also, the Dechu state has already moved south of the Cloud Mist River. The Dechu state is finished. Young Master Tan's wish is about to be fulfilled. The Dechu state moved south, then the Chu capital. Tan Jiji was shocked. Mo Xiaoyao said, the Dechu state's Chu capital and the Western Tomb's imperial city are now eyes. Tan Jiji was silent. In these short 2 years, he had missed too much. Right now, what he needed to do the most was to understand the current situation and what exactly had happened in these 2 years. Mo Xiaoyao no longer paid any attention to Tan Jiji, leaving the dungeon side by side with Yi Li in a good mood. In the next few days, the Prince Ding mansion seemed to have quietened down. However, the people outside the Prince Ding mansion were still busy. Someone had leaked the news that the Lord of Infinite Boundless Mountain had come to Glass City. Within a few days, Mo Jingli, Rin Qining, and the others had all gone to pay their respects. Even the unrelated Yelu Yi and Yelu Hong had gone to join in on the fun. Although the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain claimed to have chosen their Lord on behalf of the heavens, they still knew their limits at the end of the day. The northern tribes of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall was definitely not within their scope of choice. And the most active of all was naturally Mo Jingli. In the Prince Ding mansion, Yi Ying sat opposite Yi Li, sobbing nonstop. Yi Li didn't try to persuade her. She just sat there and waited for her to finish crying. After a long time, Yi Ying finally stopped. She looked at Yi Li with tears in her eyes and said, Third sister, I regret it so much. Why did I marry him? Back then, he clearly said that he would treat me well for the rest of my life. But now, Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked softly, What happened? Tell me properly. What's the use of crying? Yi Ying wiped her tears bitterly and nodded. Third sister, you're right. I won't cry. It's not worth crying for that bastard. I must have been blind to have taken a fancy to him back then. No wonder third sister didn't take a fancy to him back then. Prince Ding is really good to you. Speaking of this, Yi Ying couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Back then, in the Chu capital, who didn't pity the Yi family's third miss not only lost the position of Princess Li, but also married a disfigured good-for-nothing in a wheelchair. But now, although Prince Ding had a head of white hair, how many men in the world could compare to his appearance and bearing? not to mention his devotion to Yi Li, which was the object of envy of all the women in the world. Qing Shuang, who was standing behind Yi Li, secretly pursed her lips. If this fourth miss had married Prince Ding back then, she would have cried until she was half dead. But now, she was jealous of their princess consort. Yi Li didn't care about her jealous words and asked faintly, "What happened?" Ying sobbed as she described how Mo Jingli ran to Dongfang Yu and Dongfang Hui every day to curry favor. He even discussed with his confidants that if Dongfang Yu was willing to marry, they would remove her position as princess consort. The more she spoke, the sadder she became. Before she finished, Ying cried again. Looking at Ying, who was crying like a bag, Yi Li could only sigh helplessly. For the first time, she doubted whether her idea of letting Yi Ying be Mo Jingli's spy was reliable. Or should she let Yaoji think of more ways? But thinking about it again, Qin Feng was not young anymore. Although she didn't know whether their relationship had progressed, it wasn't good to let Yaoji stay in the Muyang Marquis residence. Third sister, what should I do? Ying asked with red eyes. Ying was not a fool. If Mo Jingli had thought of her as Princess Ding's sister in the past, compared to the coveted power of Infinite Boundless Mountain, it was not enough. If Infinite Boundless Mountain's Dongfang Yu was really willing to marry Mo Jingli, Mo Jingli would definitely remove her without hesitation. She was not young anymore, and she had fallen out with her mother because of Yi Yu. Other than Mo Jingli, she had no one else to rely on. Moreover, although Yi Ying was a little selfish, she still couldn't do something like noble consort Lu. Yi Li thought for a while and comforted her. Don't worry, even if Mo Jingli really marries Dongfang Yu, I can at least guarantee that you won't be demoted to a side consort. Yi Ying didn't believe it. How could a girl from Infinite Boundless Mountain be willing to be a side consort? It might be possible to be Mo Xiuyao's side consort, because Yi Li's backing was also very strong. The Su family definitely held an important position in the Prince Ding mansion now. But she couldn't. She was alone in Jiangnan, with no one to rely on. Yi Li smiled faintly. Why would I lie to you? Even if we weren't close, outsiders still know that you are my sister. If you were demoted to a side consort, would I have a lot of face? If it really doesn't work, I'll let Mo Jingli choose 2 main consorts. Both of them are of the same age. But, can't we? Ying said unwillingly. Yi Li smiled. Can't let Dongfang Yu marry Mo Jingli? It's not impossible. But do you think that Mo Jingli will vent his anger on you, or even kill you in a place that we don't even know about? Ying shuddered. After following Mo Jingli for so many years, Ying knew how vicious Mo Jingli was. Thinking about how Yi Yu had been burned to death, Yi Ying's expression turned even uglier. It had to be said that Mo Jingli had taken the blame for Yi Yu's death. At least, whether it was the Yi family or Yi Ying, they all thought that Mo Jingli was responsible for Yi Yu's death. We are sisters, so you have 2 choices. Stay in Glass City and cut off all ties with Mo Jingli. You are the daughter of the Yi family after all, and if you return to the Yi family, father and grandmother won't leave you alone. From then on, you can live an ordinary life. The second choice is to follow Mo Jingli back to Jiangnan. The only thing I can do is to hold on to the position of your princess consort. As for what happens in the future, that's up to you. Yi Ying's expression was conflicted. After a while, she shook her head. No, I want to go back. I can't go back to the Yi family. I am Princess Consort Li, and my child. Yi Li's eyes flashed. I will help you find your child. Once I have news, I will send someone to inform you. Third sister, why are you so good to me? Ying was not stupid. She would not forget that her relationship with Yi Li was not good in the past. Yi Li might help her with some trivial matters, but these matters obviously required more effort. Yi Li still helped her without hesitation. She could not help but suspect Yi Li's motives. Yi Li did not intend to use any pleasantries to brush her off. She smiled faintly. It's nothing much. If Mo Jingli really marries Dongfang Yu, it will be very dangerous for the Prince Ding mansion. As long as you occasionally give me some news, it will be fine. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything dangerous. I can also promise you that if you encounter any danger in the future, I can guarantee that you will be able to escape unscathed. Chapter 808. What if Prince Li doesn't marry Dongfang Yu? Then you can treat it as me doing a good deed. It can also be considered as fulfilling our blood ties, Yili said indifferently. Ying lowered her head and pondered. She understood Yi Li's words. If Mo Jingli really married Dongfang Yu, her life would not be good. But if she had the help of the Prince Ding mansion, all right, I promise you. Yili nodded in satisfaction and handed her a handkerchief. Since you still want to see your child, don't always cry when something happens. Now you should understand that crying alone won't solve many problems. Don't worry, even if Mo Jingli goes to Dongfang Yu, it will not affect your position in the princely mansion. I will help you. Thank you, third sister. Ying wiped her tears and said softly, Princess, Prince Li requests an audience. Wei Lin came in and reported. Yili smiled and glanced at Ying. She smiled and said, It just so happens that I also have some things to discuss with Prince Li. Invite him in. Inger. Ying bit her lip and said angrily, I don't want to see him. All right then, go to the painting pavilion in front and sit for a while. What a silly child. Did you really think that Mo Jingli was here to coax you? She called for someone to take Ying away. After a while, Mo Jingli walked in from the other side. From afar, Mo Jingli saw the woman in green sitting by the lake. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Mo Jingli suddenly realized that he could still clearly remember the first time he saw Yi Li after the engagement was annulled. Although Yi Li had embarrassed him at Shendexian, that was the first time he had a vague feeling that this Yi Li was different from what he had thought. After so many years, Yi Li's appearance had not changed much. Perhaps it was because she had a few children, but she had gained a different kind of elegance and gentleness. King Li, seeing Mo Jingli walking towards her, Yi Li nodded but did not rise to greet him. Prince Li, please take a seat. Mo Jingli sat down in silence. Seeing Qing Shuang bring tea over, he asked indifferently, This girl is still following you. Yi Li was a little surprised that the arrogant Mo Jingli would actually remember a little girl by her side. He smiled and said, Qing Shuang is not young anymore. She won't be able to follow me for long. Qing Shuang and Ah Jin's marriage was almost finished. Director Mo was naturally satisfied. Ah Jin and Qing Shuang did not have any objections. They just had to wait until they were free to hold the wedding. There seemed to be nothing to say, and they fell silent for a while. Yi Li was not in a hurry to speak. Mo Jingli did not speak, so she calmly drank her tea. After a long while, Mo Jingli felt a little uncomfortable. He opened his mouth and asked, Is Inger with you? Yi Li did not deny it. She nodded and said, She just came to chat with me for a while, then went to rest. Is King Li here to find fourth sister? What did she say to you? Mo Jingli's tone was a little stiff, and there was a trace of anger. Yi Li glanced at him inexplicably and said, What else do you want to tell me? Isn't it about King Li's plan to divorce your wife and remarry? I don't want to divorce my wife, Mo Jingli said angrily. Yi Li smiled and nodded. Say I know. King Li just wants to demote his wife to a concubine to make room for Miss Dongfang to be the wife. Mo Jingli looked at her and said, I see that Yi Ying has been demoted to a concubine. Are you not happy? Yi Li was a little confused and asked, Why should I be happy that fourth sister has been demoted to a concubine? Could it be that having a younger sister as a princess sounds worse than having a younger sister as a concubine? Back then, she stole your position as Princess Li. Don't you hate her? Mo Jingli stared at Yi Li and asked in a low voice. Yi Li was taken aback and said with some amusement, Could it be that your Highness King Li wants to say that you are standing up for me? Or is King Li planning to use some strange excuse to cover up the fact that you have demoted your wife to a concubine? Mo Jingli did not fly into a rage, as usual. He looked at Yi Li and said, If you were Princess Li, even if it was for the sake of the vast expanse 3, I would not marry Dongfang Yu. Cough, cough. Yi Li almost choked on her tea. She looked at Mo Jingli in shock. What was this? Back then, He had abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. Now, he was confessing his love. Back then, he had loved her like a treasure. Now, he was treating her like a weed? Looking at Mo Jingli's serious expression, Yili suddenly felt a little disgusted. You don't believe me? Mo Jingli stared at her. Yili shook her head and said, It doesn't matter whether I believe you or not. Prince, please don't say such things in the future. Also, fourth sister has been with Prince for 10 years. She has suffered a lot. Prince, please take pity on her and leave her a place to stay. Mo Jingli said unhappily. What do you mean? I have no intention of abandoning her. Did she tell you that? Yili said indifferently. So what if Prince has no intention of abandoning her? Prince is from the imperial family. Don't tell me he has not seen enough of such things. Fourth sister has no relatives in Jiangnan. She has no backing. If she is demoted from a princess to a concubine, what kind of life does Prince think she will have? You are so good to her. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth and said. Yili speaking up for Yi Ying was not a big deal, but in Mo Jingli's ears, it was very uncomfortable. Yili smiled and said, We are both women. Why do you have to make things difficult for women? In this world, women do not have it easy. Not everyone has Yi Li's good fortune. Looking at the faint smile on Yi Li's face, Mo Jingli felt even more irritated. He said irritably, I know. I can guarantee that Yi Ying will always be the imperial concubine. But what benefits will I get? Ren Qining will never be able to marry Dongfang Yu. Does that count as a benefit? Yili said indifferently. Mo Jingli's expression changed slightly. He finally nodded and said, It's a deal. Ren Qining claimed to be a descendant of the previous dynasty. Whether he was true or not, it was at least a huge gimmick. At the same time, he was also his greatest enemy. Mo Xiaoyao gave up infinite boundless mountain for you. Will he really not regret it in the future? Mo Jingli seemed to dislike the smile on Yi Li's face. He asked somewhat maliciously. Yi Li smiled and said, I believe that he will not regret his decision. Mo Xiaoyao not taking a concubine was indeed because of her. But abandoning Dongfang Yu and infinite boundless mountain was not entirely because of her. Infinite Boundless Mountain was not of help to the Prince Ding mansion in the long run. Instead, it was trouble. Mo Jingli snorted coldly and said, What? Mo Xiaoyao may not regret it now, but one day he will. At that time, he will only hate you even more. Are you talking about yourself, Princely? Mo Xiaoyao's voice sounded lazily from behind. Mo Jingli's expression stiffened. Abruptly turning his head, he saw that Mo Xiaoyao was already 3 steps away from him. Not noticing Mo Jingli's ugly expression in the slightest, Mo Xiaoyao walked to Yi Li's side and bent down to kiss her. Holding Yi Li's shoulder, he smiled proudly and said, For Miss Li, I will never regret it. Chapter 809. For Miss Li, I will never regret it. Mo Xiaoyao stood behind Yi Li, looking down at Mo Jingli. Hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, Mo Jingli's expression, which had already been ugly, became even more gloomy. Laughing coldly, he said, Is that so? Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows, saying, Of course. This prince is not one of those people who have eyes but cannot see. Lazily sitting down on the stool beside Yi Li, Mo Xiaoyao ignored Mo Jingli's ugly expression, looking at Yi Li with some displeasure, saying, Miss Li, why are you speaking with him alone here? Yi Li raised her brows, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, asking, Could it be that this concubine cannot speak with others alone? Mo Xiaoyao hurriedly smiled apologetically, saying, How could that be? For Miss Li to be willing to speak with others, that is their honor. However, some people are full of evil intentions, and Miss Li cannot afford not to guard against them. Yi Li smiled but did not speak, looking at him calmly with a slight smile. In terms of evil intentions, how many people under the heavens could compare to Prince Ding? Mo Xiaoyao also did not mind Yi Li's teasing gaze, tilting his head towards Yi Li as he asked, Does Prince Li have anything else to say? Even if Mo Jingli originally had something to say, He had already been angered by Mo Xiaoyao to the point that he had mostly forgotten about it. Snorting lightly, he stood up, saying, I have come to bringing her back to the post house. So it is like this. Mo Xiaoyao nodded, saying, Then Prince Li, please do as you wish. That's right. Prince Li, Saint Yun's wife, cannot be abandoned. Although Princess Consort Li cannot be considered as his wife, she has still been with Prince Li for so many years. Now that Prince Li unhesitatingly wants to demote her to a concubine for the sake of a girl from infinite boundless mountain, this will make the world think that Prince Li despises the poor and favors the rich. It's bad for Prince Li's reputation. Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. Prince Ding, you're worrying too much. I don't mean that. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, clearly not believing Mo Jingli's words. Mo Jingli wasn't in the mood to explain. He turned around and left with a sullen face. Looking at Mo Jingli's retreating back, Yili smiled at Mo Xiaoyao and said, Prince came at the right time. Mo Xiaoyao smiled wholeheartedly and said, I knew that Miss Li didn't want to talk to Mo Jingli either. Yili looked up at the sky, helplessly. Wasn't she praising him? Miss Li, do you think that Mo Jingli has a high chance of marrying Dongfang Yu? Mo Xiaoyao asked somewhat curiously. Yili frowned slightly, saying, If Mo Jingli doesn't use any tricks, I'm afraid that the chances aren't high. Dongfang Yu wasn't smart, but Dongfang Hui wasn't easy to deal with. With Dongfang Hui watching from the side, Mo Jingli might not be able to get what he wanted. Mo Xiaoyao said mildly, Just now, Dongfang Hui sent someone over to pass on a message. Dongfang Yu's marriage can be treated as if it never happened. Infinite Boundless Mountain is still willing to help the Prince Ding mansion. You refused? Yili asked without the slightest doubt. Of course I refused. Mo Xiaoyao nodded, saying, Whatever I and the Prince Ding mansion want to do in the future, Infinite Boundless Mountain has no intention of interfering. Dongfang Hui might be smart, but Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Su family were still different from each other. The Su family might not be as powerful as Infinite Boundless Mountain, but the Su family was closer to this world. Over the past few hundred years, they had slowly assimilated into the hearts of the common people of the world. Even if the Su family was destroyed, their figures would forever remain in the annals of history. Infinite Boundless Mountain, however, placed themselves in a position that was far too transcendent. Every time they appeared, they seemed to shock the world, shrouding themselves in a mysterious aura that others could only look up to. However, it was precisely because they were far too detached from the world that they had long since gotten used to the feeling of being high and mighty. Even someone as smart as Dongfang Hui also placed herself in the same position as the majority of the people in the world. Dongfang Hui will be very angry. Dongfang Hui was indeed very scheming and smart. However, she had been the successor of the Infinite Boundless Mountain since birth, and had been the lord of the Infinite Boundless Mountain for decades. In fact, she was even more intolerant of rejection and disobedience than Dongfang Yu. So what if she's angry? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Yili smiled. That's right. So what if she's angry? The Prince Ding mansion had never feared the strength of their enemies. In the Dongfang mansion, where the signboard had just been hung, Dongfang Hui dismissed the people who had returned from the Prince Ding mansion, her expression somewhat cold. Dongfang Yu stood in front of her, saying somewhat worriedly, Master, Prince Ding. Dongfang Hui said slowly, Prince Ding has refused. Dongfang Yu was startled, saying with furrowed brows, If it was because of my disciple before, now, we have already stopped asking for the marriage. Why haven't they agreed? Dongfang Hui laughed coldly. Haven't you guessed it as well? The Prince Ding mansion had never planned to cooperate with Infinite Boundless Mountain from the start. Dongfang Yu frowned, saying that doesn't make sense. With our help, the Prince Ding mansion will naturally be like a tiger that has grown wings. If they want to deal with the northern territory of the northern tribes, and even the western tomb, it will be much easier. Why hasn't Prince Ding agreed? Dongfang Hui smiled mildly. While you are intelligent, you don't have the intellect and mindset of a leader. This is also what worries Master the most. The Prince Ding mansion's power is already sufficiently strong, and it also has the support of the Su family. If Mo Xiaoyao's ambition is to conquer the world, he will be able to achieve it sooner or later. While without infinite Boundless Mountain's power, it may be a little late, but there is no need to worry. Infinite Boundless Mountain's power was coveted, but also feared. If the Prince Ding Mansion cooperated with Infinite Boundless Mountain, Mo Xiaoyao would be worried that he would not be able to get rid of them in the future and would be held back by Infinite Boundless Mountain. But Mo Xiaoyao must not forget that without Infinite Boundless Mountain's help, he may be able to achieve his goal. But if our Infinite Boundless Mountain helps others... Dongfang Hui's expression changed as she said coldly. She could understand Mo Xiaoyao's thoughts, but she could not accept them. Mo Xiaoyao had rejected her without hesitation. Apart from his fear of Infinite Boundless Mountain, it was more likely that he didn't think much of Infinite Boundless Mountain at all. Master! Dongfang Yu was startled, looking somewhat worriedly at Dongfang Hui. Dongfang Hui's expression eased a little as she smiled at her. What do you want to say? Dongfang Yu frowned. Master intends to choose someone else to assist him. But, apart from Lei Jinting, there is probably no one else in the world who is Mo Xiaoyao's match. But Lei Jinting, from what Disciple sees, he should also have no intention of cooperating with Infinite Boundless Mountain. And his age, Lei Jinting was much older than Mo Xiaoyao. Even if Prince Ding didn't do anything, he would still be able to drag Lei Jinting to death. It just so happened that Lei Jinting's son, Lei Tongfeng, had always been mediocre. His harvest was sufficient, and it would not be easy for him to dominate the world. Dongfang Hui nodded approvingly. As long as it did not involve the ways of the world, Dongfang Yu's vision and thoughts were extremely clear and accurate. Then what do you think? Dongfang Hui asked. Dongfang Yu looked at her somewhat hesitantly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Seeing this, Dongfang Hui's expression darkened. If you're still thinking about Su Qingchun, I advise you to give up on such thoughts as soon as possible. The people of the Su family, although they look cultured and refined, they are actually cold-hearted and heartless towards outsiders. If you cannot enter their eyes, they will not feel the slightest bit of pity for you. If you go up there, you will only be asking for humiliation. Chapter 810. Dongfang Yu looked at her master doubtfully. For some reason, she felt that her master's words sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. However, her master had always been calm, rational, and elegant in front of her. Dongfang Yu was stunned for a moment and thought that she was overthinking. Thinking of Su Qingchun's cold rejection and Su Qingyin's sharp sarcasm, Dongfang Yu had to admit that her master was right. But even so, she was unwilling to give up and choose someone else. Not only because she was unwilling to give up to Su Qingchun, but also because compared to Mo Jingli and Ren Qining, she still thought that the Prince Ding Mansion was the best. If her master chose someone else, she felt that the probability of failure was very high. It had to be said that because Dongfang Yu didn't understand the ways of the world, her way of looking at things was not easily influenced by emotions. For example, someone as smart as Dongfang Hui would think of supporting others to deal with the Prince Ding Mansion in anger after being rejected, to teach Mo Xiaoyao a lesson. However, Dongfang Yu could only not understand the Prince Ding Mansion's decision. She would be sad, but rarely angry. So she could see clearly that Mo Jingli and the Prince Ding Mansion were too far apart. It couldn't be said that there was no selfishness, but her point of view was absolutely correct. Master, I don't like Mo Jingli and Ren Qining. Dongfang Yu frowned. Dongfang Hui smiled lovingly and said, You don't like them. I don't want you to marry them. What are you worried about? Dongfang Yu frowned and said, But if it's Mo Jingli and Ren Qining, they will definitely ask me to marry them. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe the sincerity of the Infinite Boundless Mountain. Didn't the previous generations of the Infinite Boundless Mountain do this? If the successor of the Infinite Boundless Mountain doesn't marry them, how can they believe that they are the ones chosen by the Infinite Boundless Mountain? If that's the case, Dongfang Hui hesitated, but didn't say that her master wouldn't force her. She just said, Master will think about it. You go and rest first. Dongfang Yu bit the corner of her lips and asked carefully, Master, if I have a way to make young Master Qingshun marry me. Dongfang Hui obviously didn't believe in her disciple's ability. She raised her eyebrows and said, Let's talk about it when you really have the ability. Go and rest first. I have to think about it. A trace of hurt flashed across Dongfang Yu's beautiful face. She could only leave silently. Dongfang Yu turned around and closed the door. She saw her master frowning and deep in thought. A trace of determination flashed across her beautiful face. Madam, the Northern Region King, Ren Qining, requests an audience. Inside the door, Dongfang Hui seemed to have thought of something. The expression on her face seemed to be both sad and happy. In the end, it turned into faint regret and resentment. At the door, the servant's report woke her up. She calmed down and stood up with a frown. Ren Qining, what is he doing here? The servant outside replied, The Northern Region King said that he wants to see you. Ask him to wait in the hall. Dongfang Hui ordered. Yes. Dongfang Hui tidied up her appearance and went to the front hall. As expected, Ren Qining was already waiting there. Seeing Dongfang Hui come in, he quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Junior Lin Yuan greets Madame Dongfang. Dongfang Hui raised her eyebrows and looked at Ren Qining with a smile. Lin Yuan? Isn't the Northern Region King's surname Ren? Ren Qining smiled helplessly and said, I'm an orphan of the previous dynasty. I don't dare to walk the world with my real name. I'm ashamed to face my ancestors. In fact, Ren Qining didn't want to revert to his original name. But 2 years ago, the timing was not right. First, he had to rely on the people of the Northern Region. Although his late queen was a woman of the Northern Region, she was indeed a rare, intelligent person. If he changed his name too quickly, or even the title of the country, it would only cause her and the nobles of the Northern Region to be dissatisfied. Second, once he really reverted to the name Lin Yuan, whether it was the Prince Ding Mansion, the West Hill, or Mo Jingli, they would all be his enemies. After all, the previous dynasty was destroyed because of the Dechu state and the West Hill. At that time, he would be the target of public criticism. Dongfang Hui sized him up for a long time, then said indifferently, The descendants of the previous dynasty have been trying to revive the country for many generations, but all of them failed. It's not bad for you to have achieved what you have today. Ren Qining lowered his eyes and said with a faint smile, Madam, you flatter me. Lin Yuan has never dared to forget the wishes of my ancestors. Back then, the infinite, boundless mountain and our dynasty were related by blood. This junior earnestly asked for Madam's help. Dongfang Hui was silent. Ren Qining understood that she was thinking and wasn't in a hurry to persuade her. He sat calmly to the side, waiting for her answer. After a long while, Dongfang Hui said, Young Master Run, to be honest, I admire your ability and perseverance. But if you want to revive the country, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. A trace of emotion flashed through Ren Qining's eyes, and he said respectfully, Please advise me, madam. Dongfang Hui didn't stand on ceremony. After pondering for a while, she said, First of all, young master only established the country after marrying the princess of the Northern Region. The current queen is also a woman of the Northern Region. Other things aside, if young master wants to lead troops to the Central Plains, it will be extremely difficult for you to obtain the recognition of the landowning households of the Central Plains. In addition, I've also heard that the imperial court of the Northern Region is currently not stable. The endless disputes between the old officials of the previous dynasty and the nobles of the Northern Region are not something that can be settled overnight. For young master to already have internal strife while the world is still unsettled, I'm afraid that this is not a good sign. Even if young master really does take over the Central Plains in the future, is it still the Northern Region or the previous dynasty? Ren Qining was silent. He couldn't help but admit that every word of Dongfang Hui's hit the nail on the head. It wasn't that he didn't know this, but that he had no choice but to do so at that time. Madam's meaning is? While infinite boundless mountain has always stayed out of this, we are still people of the Central Plains. We definitely won't do anything to invite outsiders to invade the Central Plains. Please understand, young master, Dongfang Hui said seriously. A trace of sadness flashed across Ren Qining's face. The rise of the northern region and the current imperial court were mostly due to outsiders. Not only was this a weakness that others criticized, it was also the greatest pain in the hearts of Ren Qining and those self-proclaimed old officials of the previous dynasty. Ren Qining clenched his teeth, saying in a low voice, "If this one can guarantee that the future imperial court and royal family will all be people of the Central Plains, would Madam be willing to help?" Dongfang Hui lowered her eyes, saying mildly, "If this is really the case, then young master is a legitimate descendant of the previous dynasty. Naturally, it would be a different matter." Ren Qining felt joy in his heart, saying, "Many thanks, madam. I hope that madam will keep her word." Dongfang Hui said, "How could my infinite boundless mountain go back on our word?" Ren Qining nodded his head in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, someone hurried in from outside, coming before Ren Qining and whispering a few words in his ear. Ren Qining's expression changed slightly as he stood up and said to Dongfang Hui, "This one has some urgent matters to attend to. Apologies for disturbing, madam. I will take my leave now." Dongfang Hui didn't try to keep him, as she got someone to send him out. "Master, are you really planning to help Ren Qining?" Dongfang Yu walked out from inside, frowning slightly as he looked outside. Dongfang Hui snorted lightly, saying, "When did I say that I was going to help him? A descendant of the previous dynasty, whether real or not. Ren Qining owes the princess of the northern region a great debt of gratitude, yet he still didn't hesitate to kill her. Such a person is destined to be harsh and merciless. I'm afraid that the day he obtains the world in the future will be the day when the birds are gone, the bow is cast aside, and the dog is cooked." Chapter 811. "Then master, just now," Dongfang Yu asked, puzzled. Dongfang Hui said, "It was just to appease him temporarily. He even brought out the friendship between his ancestors and infinite boundless mountain. I naturally couldn't reject him directly and fall out with him. Moreover, do you think he can deal with the conflicts between the Northern Territory and the old officials of the previous dynasty in such a short time? I'm afraid his strength will become weaker and weaker." Dongfang Yu's face flashed with a trace of confusion. She didn't understand why Master didn't directly reject Ren Qining. However, it was a good thing that Master didn't choose Ren Qining. As for Mo Jingli, she had a way to deal with him. In the guest house where the northern tribe's envoys were temporarily staying, after a few days of rest, noble consort Lu's injuries seemed to be better. Yelu Hong and Princess Ronghua also planned to return to the northern tribes. Although Yelu Yi wanted to delay Yelu Hong to stay in Glass City for a few more days so that it would be easier for the royal house of the northern tribes to arrange things, he couldn't find a suitable reason to stay in Glass City. He could only invite Yelu Hong to stay in one of the cities where he was stationed in the Chu State for a few days. He originally thought that Yelu Hong wouldn't agree. After all, everyone knew that the brothers liked each other. Even Yelu Yi himself wouldn't go to Yelu Hong's territory alone. He didn't expect that Yelu Hong would only think for a moment before agreeing. The two brothers decided on their itinerary. Before they left, they naturally had to go to the Princeton mansion to bid farewell to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao. Yi Li looked at noble consort Lu, who was standing beside Yelu Yi, and sighed with emotion. Perhaps because her identity was exposed, noble consort Lu didn't wear a veil this time. However, Yi Li would rather she continue wearing a veil, because whenever she thought about how she maintained her beautiful face, Yi Li couldn't help but feel like vomiting. Prince Yelu and Seventh Prince came from afar. If I didn't receive you well, please don't blame me. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yelu Hong and Yelu Yi and smiled. Yelu Hong smiled. Prince Ding is too polite. We've disturbed you for too long. I will take my leave today. If Prince Ding and Princess Consort visit the northern tribes in the future, I will be the host. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, I and Wang Fei have long admired the scenery of the grasslands. There will definitely be a chance. Yelu Hong understood and smiled. In that case, this humble one will be waiting for Prince and Princess's arrival. Yelu Yi looked suspiciously at the exchange between Mo Xiaoyao and Yelu Hong. He had a feeling that there was something between the two of them. He had asked noble consort Lu to write a letter to the king of the northern tribes to accuse Yelu Hong of colluding with Mo Xiaoyao of treason. Naturally, it was a false accusation, but now he really did have some doubts. Looking thoughtfully at Yelu Hong, Yelu Yi said, "Brother Wang, sister-in-law Wang, it's getting late, we should go." Yelu Hong didn't refute, nodding and saying, "Seventh brother is right. We really should go. Prince Ding, Princess Consort, we will take our leave now." Yili smiled and nodded. "Crown Prince, Princess, Seventh Prince, have a safe trip." Noble Consort Lu, who was sitting next to Yelu Yi, stared at Yi Li and suddenly said, "I want to take 2 people with me." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. Yelu Yi gave Noble Consort Lu a warning glare, but Noble Consort Lu ignored his gaze and looked at Yi Li, saying, "I want to take Xiaoyun and Zhen Ning away." Yi Li tilted her head and smiled slightly. "Miss Qin Yana, on what grounds do you want to take Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhen Ning away?" Noble Consort Lu's expression changed, and she raised her chin, saying, "They stabbed me. Shouldn't I be the one to deal with them?" Yi Li's expression was calm as she said leisurely, "Stabbed? This consort thought that you were injured because you tried to assassinate Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhen Ning. Since you say so, Seventh Prince, Prince Chongqing and Princess Zhen Ning also need this consort to give them an explanation. Please leave Miss Qin Yana behind." "You dare! I am the 7th imperial consort of the northern tribes." Noble Consort Lu said harshly. Yelu Yi frowned and looked at Yi Li, saying, "Consort, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." It wasn't that he didn't want to part with Noble Consort Lu, but the king of the northern tribes still needed Noble Consort Lu to speak for him. Moreover, Noble Consort Lu was still his future consort on the surface. If she stayed in Glass City like this, it would be a disgrace to him. Yelu Hong suddenly said with a smile, "Why does this crown prince remember that 7th sister-in-law passed away a few years ago? When did 7th brother remarry?" "Ah, that's right. Lord Father said that he would hold a wedding ceremony for 7th brother when he returned to the northern tribes." The original 7th imperial consort was also the daughter of a large tribe in the northern tribes, but she died a few years ago from illness. Yelu Yi hadn't remarried since then. He didn't expect that he would have such a woman. Yelu Hong had also suffered a few losses because of Noble Consort Lu in front of the king of the northern tribes. Since Princess Ding wanted her to stay, Yelu Hong was naturally happy to help. Yelu Ye's face was gloomy. Looking at Noble Consort Lu's face, his heart was also wavering. Now that the northern tribes army and the Mahist army were in a stalemate, Noble Consort Lu's original use was naturally useless. The only use she had was her influence on the king of the northern tribes. But just as Yelu Hong had said, once he returned to the northern tribes, his father would very likely hold a wedding for him. He had never really thought of marrying Noble Consort Lu as his first consort. He was not even willing to be a concubine. Should he bring Noble Consort Lu back, or take the opportunity to get rid of her? This was a problem. Seeing the deep thought on Yelu Ye's face, Noble Consort Lu couldn't help but panic. Noble Consort Lu knew very well what she would face if she was left in Glass City. She couldn't help but secretly regret her impulsive actions just now. These 2 years, she had suffered many injuries. But this time, not only did she lose face in front of Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, more importantly, the person who hurt her was her own daughter. How could she take this lying down? That was why she asked Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li for Princess Zhen Ning and Mo Xiaoyan. But she didn't expect that she would lose herself. Meeting Yi Li's calm and smiling eyes, Noble Consort Lu's heart suddenly turned cold. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao didn't seem surprised at all, Noble Consort Lu immediately understood. From the beginning, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li planned to keep her, regardless of whether she would ask for them or not. "No, I don't want to stay in Glass City," Noble Consort Lu said decisively. I want to return to the northern tribes. Yi, take me away. If her tone wasn't so unyielding, Yi might have considered it. Before noble consort Lu finished speaking, Yi's expression turned cold. He raised his hand and waved her hand away, saying to Yi Li and Immo Xiaoyao, since she injured the king of Chongqing and Princess Zhenning, let Prince Ding and Princess Zhenning deal with her. No, Yi, you can't do this to me. Don't forget, if it wasn't for me. Yi sneered. Are you going to tell Prince Ding and Princess Ding how you betrayed the country? That's right. It was because of your help that I was able to take the border and several cities of the Chu state so easily. So what? He glanced mockingly at the frightened, noble consort Lu, deeply feeling that he made the right decision. He was the honorable 7th prince of the northern tribes. How could he let the nobles of the northern tribes see him as a joke for this woman? Prince Ding, Princess Ding, farewell. Ignoring noble consort Lu, Yi turned and left without hesitation. Yilu Hong cupped his hands towards Yi Li and Immo Xiaoyao, and also left. Princess Ronghua followed behind Yilu Hong, smiling at Yi Li. When she walked past noble consort Lu, she stopped and said in a low voice, Noble consort Lu, I don't think we'll see each other again. Don't worry, Prince Ding and Princess Ding will definitely take good care of you. This traitorous slut. No, take me with you. Noble consort Lu cried out in horror. Princess Ronghua sneered, shaking off noble consort Lu's hand and stepped out of the door. Chapter 8:12. Betray the country. In the quiet hall, Immo Xiaoyao's voice sounded faintly. Noble consort Lu, who had been so confident just a moment ago, immediately lost her composure. Even the slim figure in white couldn't help but tremble. She already knew how cold and heartless this man she had once been infatuated with could be. Although the Chu state had nothing to do with the Prince Ding mansion now, if Immo Xiaoyao knew what she had done, noble consort Lu couldn't help but shiver. She looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to be neither happy nor angry. Although they originally thought that it was too easy for the northern tribes to break into the pass, they didn't suspect noble consort Lu. But thinking about it seriously, the Lu family was Immo Jingqi's most trusted minister in the past, and Immo Jingqi had always made no distinction between civil and military officials, appointing officials at will. It wasn't surprising that the Lu family knew a lot about the Chu state's military defenses. Although Immo Jingli had completely abandoned the Lu family before his death, and Immo Jingli had always been on guard against the Lu family, he had never considered setting up defenses. After all, on the surface, this had nothing to do with the Lu family. Most importantly, the one who leaked this information to the northern tribes was not anyone else in the Lu family, but noble consort Lu, who was the least likely to do it. Looking at the pale woman in white, Yi shook her head helplessly and sighed inwardly. Although she hated noble consort Lu, Yi still remembered the arrogant woman in white who stood beside Immo Jingqi and looked down on her. Who would have thought that noble consort Lu, who was once the most favored in the palace, would fall to such a state? Xiaoyao. Yi thought for a moment. She still felt that it was better to let Immo Xiaoyao deal with noble consort Lu personally. Noble consort Lu's ending was sad, but also hateful. Immo Xiaoyao smiled and held Yi Li's hands. This matter actually has nothing to do with us now. Send someone to invite Prince Li and Prince Chongqing over. Now, Immo Jingli was the regent of the Chu state, and noble consort Lu was Immo Xiaoyan's mother. Naturally, she would be handed over to them. He believed that Immo Jingli, who had been fooled by this woman, would definitely give him a satisfactory punishment. Immo Jingli arrived very quickly. A few days ago, Immo Xiaoyao had caused him to bleed profusely. When Immo Jingli arrived, he didn't look too good. Beside him were Yi Ying and Princess Xixia, whose expressions were similarly ugly. However, compared to Princess Xixia, Yi Ying's appearance wasn't that bad. Actually, if Immo Jingli married Dong Fangyu, the biggest victim would be Princess Xixia. After all, Ying still had the title of princess consort. After so many years, Princess Xixia still had nothing. He had tried to meet Princess Anqi several times in Glass City, but was rejected by her on the grounds that the queen needed to take care of her baby. If Mo Jingli really married a woman with such a powerful background like Dong Fangyu, where would there be a place for Princess Xixia in the Princeton mansion? Following behind Mo Jingli, and the other two were Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Jinning. Uncle Prince Ding, Princess Consort, what happened? Before Princess Zhan Ning could finish speaking, she saw a noble consort, Lu, standing at the side. Her expression couldn't help but change. These days, Princess Zhan Ning had taken some medicine from Shenyang to apply. The hideous scars on her face already had some visible effects. Perhaps because she saw hope, Princess Zhan Ning's mood improved a lot. Even the gloominess between her brows dissipated a lot. Although she might not be able to fully recover, at least she wouldn't scare people. However, when she saw noble consort Lu, Princess Zhan Ning's expression still turned ugly. Not only because of the pain that noble consort Lu caused her, but also because of what Shun Yang said at Prince Chongqing's mansion that day. In the past, Princess Zhan Ning resented because her mother had hurt her. Now it was complete disgust and disgust. Princess Zhan Ning felt that it was no surprise that a woman who was willing to kill her own unborn children for the sake of beauty had almost caused her death back then. Why is she still here? Princess Zhan Ning frowned in disgust. Mo Jingli's expression was also ugly. He hadn't forgotten how noble consort Lu had lied to him about the whereabouts of the children. It was just that he couldn't do anything because of Yelu Yi. Now that Yelu Yi had left, this woman was still here. A cold light flashed through Mo Jingli's eyes. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao with an unkind expression and said, "You call me here just to see this woman?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and calmly repeated Yelu Ye's words. After hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, everyone's expression turned ugly. Not only Mo Jingli and Mo Xiaoyan, but even Princess Xixia and Ying looked at noble consort Lu with shock. Although they were all women, they weren't good people. But to be honest, they had never thought of committing treason. Even though Princess Xixia had followed Mo Jingli for so many years, she had never thought of telling Mo Jingli the secret of Nanzhao's imperial family survival. Lu Yanchong, Princess Jinning couldn't help but scream. She glared at noble consort Lu viciously as if she had been dipped in poison. This woman was really crazy. Had she never thought of what would happen to the Lu family and her children if the Northern Tribes Army were to be lured into the Chu state? She thought of how she and her brother had felt when the Chu was almost destroyed and how she and her brother had been waiting for death together. So it was her biological mother who had caused all of this. Bitch! Mo Jingli's expression was malicious as he ruthlessly slapped her. This slap was completely merciless. Even though noble consort Lu knew some martial arts compared to other women, she still fell to the ground from this swift slap. Her forehead hit a nearby chair. Noble consort Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched her abdomen in pain. She even spat out a tooth along with the blood. Although many days had passed, the wound from Princess Jinning's stab had not completely healed. Now that she had fallen to the ground, the wound on her abdomen burned with pain. A slap was not enough to relieve the anger in Mo Jingli's chest. This woman, the Dachu state had been defeated so badly and had retreated to Jiangnan. It was all because of this woman. Seeing that Mo Xiaoyao now occupied this vast land while he could only retreat to Jiangnan, which was less than a quarter of his original land, Mo Jingli wanted to cut noble consort Lu into pieces and grind her bones to dust. Princely, Mo Jingli wanted to go forward and kick her a few more times, but was stopped by Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Jingli looked at him coldly and said mockingly, "Could it be that Prince Ding still wants to save this bitch?" That's right. In the past, this woman was deeply in love with Prince Ding. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying faintly, "Princely misunderstood. I want to say, don't dirty eyes floor. Also, don't teach the child bad things." Everyone was stunned and followed Mo Xiaoyao's gaze. Sure enough, they saw a small head poking out of the door and looking curiously at the situation inside with big round eyes. Yi Li's face darkened, saying faintly, "Yu Chun, are you coming or not?" Mo Xiaobao blinked and waved at Yi Li with a smile. "Niang Qin, what are you doing here?" Stepping over the threshold into the hall, everyone saw that there was a string of little radishes behind her. Lung Junhan and Su Zhirue also followed behind. Seeing Yi Li's expression, Mo Xiaobao knew that things were not good. Niang Qin was angry. He quickly put on an innocent smile and ran towards Yi Li. A white shadow flashed. Noble consort Lu, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up and threw herself at Mo Xiaobao. Chapter 8:13. Ah! A pitiful cry rang out in the hall. Noble consort Lu held her right hand as she glared at the person in front of her. There was a deep and heavy cut on her right wrist, fresh blood flowing out without stopping. Mo Xiaobao, who was originally in danger, was held in Yi Li's arms. Yi Li's other hand was still holding a dagger that was dripping with blood. Mo Xiaobao's face was pale from fright. He called out for his mother and then lay in Yi Li's arms, unwilling to move. No matter how smart he was still a child 7 or 8 years old. Not crying from this kind of fright was already considered brave. Yi Li's elegant and gentle face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. She coldly stared at the woman in front of her, and for the first time, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Noble consort Lu already understood that in this unfamiliarly city, if she fell into the hands of Mo Xiaoyao and Mo Jingli, only death would await her. When she threw herself at Mo Xiaobao, it could be said that she used all her strength, but she didn't expect that she would still fail at the last moment. Yi Li's dagger didn't show any mercy. Even if she didn't die, Noble consort Lu's right hand would be crippled from now on. Although she often heard people say that the Prince Ding Mansion's martial arts were extraordinary, Noble consort Lu never took it seriously. She didn't really fight with Yi Li, and also didn't really see Yi Li fight with others. 10 years ago, Yi Li couldn't even shoot an arrow properly. She didn't expect that her movements would be so nimble and fierce. "Mother!" Mo Xiaobao lay in Yi Li's arms and cried out aggrievedly. Lowering her head to look at the child in her arms, Mo Xiaobao grew a lot taller in this year. Yi Li had some difficulty holding him. Seeing her son with red eyes in her arms, Yi Li's heart softened. Putting away the dagger, she carried Mo Xiaobao back to Mo Xiaoyao's side and placed him in Mo Xiaoyao's arms. Although Mo Xiaobao had always been at odds with his father, he was very obedient at this time. Sitting in his lord father's embrace, Mo Xiaobao suddenly felt that the shock from before had calmed down. His pale little face also regained some color. Lung Junhan and Su Zhirue were also frightened. Although they didn't see clearly what Yi Li and Noble consort Lu did, they saw the blood on the ground and everyone's faces. Yi Li called for people to carry the 2 children away. These 2 children were younger than Mo Xiaobao, and their courage was also greater than Mo Xiaobao's. It was not good to be frightened. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at Xiaobao, who was squirming uneasily in his arms. He stiffly patted him to comfort him. His gaze on Noble consort Lu was so gloomy that even Mo Jingli couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Jinning, who were standing on the side in shock, couldn't even move. They didn't see how Mo Xiaoyao made his move. Everyone only felt that 2 shadows flashed in the hall. Mo Xiaoyao had already sat back down on the chair with Mo Xiaobao in his arms. Noble consort Lu, who was originally leaning on the chair, fell back to the ground again. Her 4 limbs were hanging on the ground in a very strange manner. She couldn't move at all. But just now, Yi Li had only slashed Noble consort Lu once, and her screams could be heard even outside. Now, after such a huge change, she didn't even make a sound. Everyone took a closer look and found that it wasn't that Noble consort Lu didn't scream. It was that her mute acupoint was hit, and she couldn't make any sound. There was no need to look at her injuries. Just by looking at noble consort Lu's ferocious and twisted expression, one could know how much pain she was in. However, no one sympathized with such torture when it was inflicted on such a beautiful woman. Even Immerse Xiaoyun and Princess Zhenning were just stunned for a moment. Then, they turned their heads and didn't dare to look again. Noble consort Lu trembled in pain, but even if she used all her remaining strength, she still couldn't make a sound. She could only look at the people in front of her in horror and look at her indifferently. Once, noble consort Lu thought that the days when she just left the palace were very painful. It was so painful that she never wanted to recall those days. But now, she understood that compared to falling into Immerse Xiaoyao's hands, she would rather live like that for the rest of her life. Immerse Xiaobao sat in Immerse Xiaoyao's arms and curiously looked at noble consort Lu, who was writhing on the ground in pain. Because she couldn't move her limbs at all, she was like a worm writhing on the ground. "Father, what's wrong with her?" Immerse Xiaoyao carelessly patted his little head and said she was just playing on the ground because she had nothing to do. Immerse Xiaobao blinked his big eyes. A bright light flashed in his dark eyes. "Does Lord Father think I'm an idiot? This Annie clearly looks like she's in pain." Father was so powerful. He was even more powerful than mother and uncle. Seeing that noble consort Lu was almost out of strength, Immerse Xiaoyao snorted and flicked his left hand to release noble consort Lu's mute acupoint. Noble consort Lu groaned in pain. She was already sweating all over and looked very embarrassed. Lying on the ground, she still trembled from the severe pain from time to time. "Immerse Xiaoyao, you are so cruel." Immerse Xiaoyao glanced at her indifferently. He didn't care about her accusation. She dared to hurt his son, but he still let her live. Immerse Xiaoyao was almost touched by his own kindness. "Lily, don't be angry. I will train Immerse Xiaobao well in the future." Seeing that Yi Li's face was still a bit cold, Immerse Xiaoyao quickly comforted her. He also secretly gave Immerse Xiaobao a threatening look. Immerse Xiaobao shrank his head and repeatedly nodded. "Mother, Xiaobao will learn powerful martial arts from father in the future. When Xiaobao grows up, I will protect mother." Immerse Xiaoyao unhappily gave him a sharp look. "Scram! Protecting Li Li is I's job." Immerse Xiaobao looked at his mother with eager eyes, trying to act cute. Yi Li reached out and rubbed his little head. She faintly smiled and said, "It's mother who shouldn't have let you in. Mother, I'm sorry." Xiaobao shouldn't have been playful and eavesdropped outside. Immerse Xiaobao obediently admitted his mistake. Woo, if he made mother sad, father will definitely punish him. This kind mother and filial son, a loving couple, made the people around them feel very uncomfortable. Immerse Jingli coldly glared at Immerse Xiaoyao and said, "I didn't come to see your family get along." Immerse Xiaoyao didn't care. He raised his eyebrows in a good mood and said, "I's family and King Mu Li are unhappy." Immerse Jingli lightly snorted. He coldly stared at noble consort Lu and asked, "How does Prince Ding plan to deal with this woman?" Immerse Xiaoyao lightly raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Since I asked you to invite King Li and King Changxing over, this woman will naturally be handed over to you to deal with. However, because of what happened just now, I changed my mind. What does Prince Ding want to do?" Immerse Jingli didn't care about Immerse Xiaoyao and Princess Zhenning, so he naturally didn't plan to discuss with them. He just looked at Immerse Xiaoyao. Immerse Xiaoyao indifferently glanced at noble consort Lu and said indifferently, "I want her life. I don't care how you want to deal with her, but if anyone dares to let her leave Glass City alive, they will die with her." Immerse Jingli understood Immerse Xiaoyao's meaning. Immerse Xiaoyao didn't want noble consort Lu to die immediately, but he definitely wouldn't allow her to live well. So if you want to torture noble consort Lu, do as you please. If you want to save her, don't even think about it. Immerse Jingli didn't care either. He didn't want to save noble consort Lu. However, torturing her to vent his anger wasn't bad. It just so happened that he had been suppressing a lot of anger in his heart these days. Chapter 814. Noble consort Lu looked at the people in the hall in horror, but only saw their cold eyes. No, don't. Xiaoyan, Zhening, I was wrong. Save me, I don't want to die. Noble consort Lu looked at Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhening pleadingly. Her high and mighty appearance had long been thrown away. In order to survive, she did not mind letting herself fall into the dust. Mo Xiaoyan looked at her silently, unmoved. Princess Zhening slowly stepped forward and squatted in front of Noble Consort Lu. Noble Consort Lu was delighted. She knew that compared to her son who had been taught by her father since young, this daughter had always been much more soft-hearted. Zhening, I was wrong. Save me. I will love you in the future. Princess Zhening raised her hand and slowly pulled the veil away, revealing the twisted scar on her face. Because there was medicine on it, it looked even scarier than before. Noble consort Lu could not help but be startled by the scar on Princess Zhening's face. Princess Zhening looked at her calmly and said, "You are not my mother. My mother died 2 years ago. Do you see? This is the memento that my mother left for me. Do you think I will save you? My brother and my life were saved by others. I can't save you." With that, Princess Zhening put on her veil again, stood up, and turned to leave. No, that has nothing to do with me. Don't go. Noble consort Lu wanted to reach out and grab Princess Zhening, but her broken arm was useless. She could not even move it, let alone grab her. She could only watch as Princess Zhening pulled Mo Xiaoyan out of the door. No, Zhening, come back. Princess Zhening's footsteps paused at the door, and she pulled Mo Xiaoyan out of the door. The last glimmer of light in Noble Consort Lu's eyes finally disappeared. She looked at the empty door in despair and could not help but scream, Mo Xiaoyan, you two unfilial sons. Why didn't I kill you back then? I will haunt you even as a ghost, you unfilial sons. Outside the door, the siblings stopped when they heard the curses filled with hatred coming from inside. The veil covering Princess Zhening's face was also wet. Mo Xiaoyan lowered his head and held her hand. Princess Zhening took a deep breath and said, "Let's go home." Mo Xiaoyan nodded and said, "All right, big sister, let's go home." In the hall, noble concubine Lu was still cursing. Mo Xiaoyao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He waved his hand, and a cold light flashed. Noble concubine Lu's sharp voice stopped abruptly. A streak of blood seeped out from noble consort Lu's mute acupoint. Apparently, Mo Xiaoyao had directly injured her mute acupoint. From now on, noble consort Lu could no longer make any sound. Mo Xiaoyao ignored noble consort Lu's venomous eyes. He looked at Mo Jingli and said, "You can take her away now." Mo Jingli looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a complicated expression. "You are indeed cruel." Noble consort Lu's limbs were broken, and she was mute again. Even if such a person was still alive, he wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. The longer he lived, the more painful it would be. Mo Xiaoyao smiled indifferently. "I can also give her a quick death now." "There's no need," Mo Jingli said coldly. He called for the guards waiting outside to take noble consort Lu away. He glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li and said, "I hope you will keep your promise." He obviously knew that Ren Qining had visited Dongfang Hui, but the Prince-Ding mansion didn't do anything. He couldn't help but worry. Mo Xiaoyao thought of a piece of news he just heard last night. He smiled and said, "Jingli, there's a good saying. If you rely on a mountain, the mountain will collapse. If you rely on a tree, the tree will collapse. Instead of pinning your hopes on others, it's better to rely on yourself." "You want to break the promise?" Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said gloomily. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Li Wang misunderstood, but even if we stop Ren Qining, it doesn't mean the winner will be Li Wang." "Does Li Wang understand?" Talking to Yi Li about this kind of thing always made Mo Jingli unhappy. He said in a bad mood, "As long as you keep your promise, you don't have to worry about anything else." Yi Li nodded indifferently and said, "Since it's like this, Li Wang can rest assured." Mo Jingli snorted and ignored Ying and Princess Xixia, who were listening with a blank face. He turned and walked out. Princess Xixia and Ying could only follow in a hurry. There was only the family of 3 left in the hall. Yili turned around and stared at Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao's little face tightened, and he squeezed out a pitiful smile. Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and casually took Mo Xiaobao out of his arms and threw him to the side. 7 or 8 years old, and he still wanted to be held. What a scandal. Mother! Yili looked at him indifferently. Why are you here today? Mo Xiaobao pouted. Isn't this Xiaobao's home? Mother saying this makes Xiaobao sad. Don't pretend to cry. You don't even have half a drop of tear. Yili bluntly exposed his trick. Mo Xiaobao could only put down his little hand that was covering his eyes. Sure enough, it was dry, and there wasn't even a trace of red. Mo Xiaobao carefully took 2 steps forward and said with a calm face, Mother, is Xiaobao wrong? What's wrong? Yili asked. Mo Xiaobao seriously counted with his little fingers and said, Xiaobao shouldn't have not gone to the academy to study. I shouldn't have brought Lung Xiao Dai and Zhirue to play. I shouldn't have eavesdropped on mother and father's conversation. I shouldn't have. He really couldn't think of anything else that he shouldn't have done. But seeing that mother didn't seem to have any news, Mo Xiaobao could only secretly ask father for help. Mo Xiaoyao looked amusedly at the kid who was always at odds with him. He blinked his eyes and said with rare kindness, All right, Li Li, this kid needs to be taught a lesson. In the future, I will teach him a good lesson. Don't be angry and hurt your body. Looking at her son, looking at her, how can Yi Li still be angry? Rather than being angry at Mo Xiaobao, it's better to say that she is angry at herself. If she didn't call Mo Xiaobao, and just now, Mo Xiaobao wouldn't have been almost hurt by noble consort Lu. However, daring to be lazy and not go to the academy, this kind of practice can't be allowed to continue. Yesterday, what Taigong taught you, copy 20 times. Tomorrow, send it to Taigong for review. In addition, add a letter of self-criticism, understand? Mo Xiaobao listlessly drooped his head. Originally, only father liked to punish him by copying. Now, there's mother. Wu Taigong Xiaobao was wrong. Chapter 8:15. No one paid attention to how Mo Jingli would deal with noble consort Lu. Perhaps Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhening would pay some attention, but they would not do anything for this woman they once called their mother. Noble consort Lu's actions had exceeded the limits of what they had been taught since they were young. Moreover, for the sake of their hard-won peaceful lives, they would not do anything for this woman. It was not until many days later, when Mo Jingli left Glass City and returned to Jiangnan, that someone discovered a heavily injured corpse in the outskirts of Glass City. In the end, Mo Xiaoyan and Princess Zhening buried her outside the city without a tombstone. Yili only smiled faintly after hearing her subordinate's report and did not pay any more attention to it. On the day Mo Jingli took noble consort Lu away, Lei Jinting personally came to bid farewell to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao and returned to his residence. Since Lei Jinting had already left, there was no point for the Emperor of Shiling's envoy to stay. He also left the next day and returned to Xiling. In the entire Glass City, only Princess Anxi, Mo Jingli, and Rin Qining were left. Princess Anxi was pregnant, and it was not easy for her to come to Glass City personally. Moreover, the neighboring Dechu state and Xiling Kingdom were busy competing with each other. Nanzhao was remote, and there were no major issues, so Princess Anxi was not in a hurry to leave. As for Rin Qining and Mo Jingli, they were more diligent in coming to Dongfang Mansion than to the Prince Ding Mansion when they had nothing to do. Their intentions were obvious. Su Mansion young Master Qingchen, who had been busy for a few months, pushed all the political affairs to Mo Xiaoyao and finally had the time to rest and read at home. Although young Master Qingchen was extremely intelligent, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili had been busy fighting outside for more than a year. After that, Yili was pregnant, and most of the political affairs in the Prince Ding Mansion were on young Master Qingchen's shoulders. It was impossible to say that he was not tired. After all, young Master Qingshen was not a person who liked power. In the past few days, she had sent off most of the important guests. Now that she finally had some free time, Su Qingshan unhesitatingly pushed all the work to Mo Xiaoyao and stayed at home to read and play the phoenix zither that she had just obtained. Mo Xiaoyao knew that Su Qingshan had been working very hard for the past 2 years. Thinking about how he might need to rely on young Master Qingshan in the future, he naturally couldn't offend him. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to take over all the political affairs and give young Master Qingshan a vacation. The jade-white phoenix zither seemed to carry a faint ink fragrance as it flowed with ethereal and leisurely music, making the originally tranquil courtyard even more serene. Even the people in the mansion outside the courtyard couldn't help but feel comfortable and at ease when they heard the sound of the zither. It was as if the worries in their hearts had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Young Master Qingshan's zither sounds really nice. On the other side of the courtyard, Qin Zheng was entertaining Murong Ting and Hua Tianxiang for tea. Hearing the sound of the zither coming from outside the courtyard, Murong Ting couldn't help but sigh. Although Murong Ting was not good at the zither, Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang were quite accomplished. Hua Tianxiang smiled and said, "After listening to young Master Qingshan play the zither, I'm afraid I won't dare to embarrass myself in front of others in the future." Although they were quite confident in their zither skills, when they really heard young Master Qingshan's music, they realized the difference in distance between them. Qin Zheng nodded and said with a smile, "Young Master Feng San is known as the zither master. I've also heard his music. I'm afraid it's slightly inferior to Big Brother's." Hua Tianxiang said, "Young Master Feng San is devoted to the zither. Sometimes it's unavoidable that it's too sad. It's not as relaxing and intoxicating as young Master Qingshan." Murong Ting waved her hand and said, "I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Anyway, young Master Qingshan's zither sounds nice. Zheng you're so lucky. You can often listen to his music." Qin Zheng smiled helplessly and said, "It's also my first time hearing Big Brother play the zither. These few years, Big Brother has been so busy that even Mother can't find him. Where would he find the time to play the zither?" Murong Ting blinked and said in a low voice, "I heard that Prince Ding and Princess Li gave the phoenix zither that Mo Jingli just sent to young Master Qingshan. Young Master Qingshan must be playing the phoenix zither now." Qin Zheng said curiously, "Murong Ting, do you want to see the phoenix zither? The zither is in Big Brother's hands. I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to go over. But later, we can ask Qingze to borrow it from Big Brother to feast our eyes." Murong Ting shook her head and sighed. "I don't know how to play the zither. Actually, I want to see the incineration sword." Thinking that one of the 4 national treasures of the Chu state, the #1 sword in the world, the incineration sword, was in the Ding King's residence, but she had no chance to see it, Murong Ting felt extremely worried and listless. Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang rolled their eyes helplessly. They knew it would be like this. Somewhere in Su Qingshan's courtyard, a beautiful woman dressed in white stood on the treetops. She stared blankly at the man dressed in white sitting on the ground in the courtyard and playing the zither with a leisurely expression. Her beautiful eyes flowed with appreciation, admiration, adoration, entanglement, pain, and other complex emotions. Originally, she wanted to directly enter the courtyard to look for him. She didn't expect to hear such beautiful zither music as soon as she entered the residence. She couldn't help but follow the sound of the zither and saw the man dressed in white standing under the tree like an immortal. Her originally confident heart suddenly seemed to have been hit by something. What followed was indeed more uncertainty and panic. Such a man, could she really have him? But just thinking of that small possibility, her heart immediately filled with infinite joy and satisfaction. At this moment, she even felt that her identity, her mission, and her position were no longer important as long as she could be with him. At the end of the song, Su Qingshan stopped and leaned against the tree, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Young Master Qingshen. The woman in white floated to the ground and looked at him with eyes as gentle as water. Su Qingshan frowned slightly and looked at the woman in white in front of him calmly. He said indifferently, "Miss Dongfang, it's rude to come uninvited." Dongfang Yu's eyes darkened and said in a low voice, "I have something to discuss with young Master Qingshen. Please forgive me for my rudeness." Su Qingshan carefully put the phoenix zither into the zither case. He stood up and looked at Dongfang Yu, saying, "These days everything in the city has been handed over to Prince Ding. If Miss Dongfang has anything to say, you should go to the Prince Ding mansion." Dongfang Yu hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, I have nothing to do with the Boundless Mountain. I just have something to say to young master in private." Su Qingshan frowned and said, "I don't seem to have any friendship with you. There shouldn't be anything private to say. Miss Dongfang, please go back." After saying that, he picked up the zither case and prepared to enter the house. "No, young Master Qingshan." Seeing that Su Qingshan was about to leave, Dongfang Yu hurriedly called out, "Young Master Qingshan." In a hurry, she actually used her lightness technique and floated in front of Su Qingshan. Dongfang Yu's martial arts were praised by Immerse, which was enough to prove that she was really good. And Su Qingshan just happened to be a weak scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. The disparity in strength was obvious. Since Dongfang Yu insisted on blocking Su Qingshan naturally couldn't leave. "What's the meaning of this, Miss Dongfang?" Su Qingshan's handsome face darkened. Chapter 8:16. Young Master Qingshan. "You won't even look at me?" Dongfang Yu looked at the man in front of her with some grievance. Although she had not interacted with many people since she was young, she knew that she was outstanding and beautiful just by looking at the people around her and the mesmerized gazes of many people after she left the mountain. But why was young Master Qingshan not even willing to look at her? Su Qingshan frowned and did not speak. Dongfang Yu murmured softly, Young Master Qingshan, can you look at me?" Su Qingshan's handsome brows furrowed even tighter. Dongfang Yu's voice was low and gentle, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if something was about to break out of his mind, and his gaze involuntarily wanted to look at Dongfang Yu. However, Su Qingshan was no ordinary person. After a flash of confusion in her eyes, she regained her composure. He looked at the woman in white in front of him calmly. Her face, which was not very beautiful, seemed to become extremely lively and beautiful in an instant. It was as if in that moment, all the colors faded away, leaving only the woman in front of him alive and beautiful. Young Master Qingshan, am I not beautiful? Can you look at me?" Dongfang Yu looked deeply at Su Qingshan and murmured softly. Su Qingshan stared at Dongfang Yu and did not speak for a long time. Dongfang Yu saw that he was staring at her without moving and was delighted. She took a step forward, and the smile on her face became even more gentle. "Young Master Qingshan, am I beautiful?" "You are very beautiful." Dongfang Yu was overjoyed and stepped forward again until she was one step away from Su Qingshan. A faint color appeared between her eyebrows, making her look even more charming. "Young Master, Miss Dongfang, what do you want to say?" Su Qingshan's voice sounded faintly and calmly. Uffed. Hearing Su Qingshan's voice, Dongfang Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Qingshan took a step to the side and just happened to avoid the blood that she spat out. In an instant, the charm on Dongfang Yu's face disappeared, and she looked even more embarrassed and weak. The secret art of bewitching people was a double-edged sword. If you could control people, you could naturally do whatever you wanted and make them obsessed and even obedient. However, if the opponent's mind was firm and unaffected, then the one who would be injured would be the caster himself. Dongfang Yu was interrupted by Su Qingshan's sudden voice at the most critical moment and suffered instead. For a moment, his complexion turned gloomy, and his internal qi became even more rampant. It was obvious that his internal injuries were not light. "Master Qingshan, Dong Fangyu stared at the man in white in shock. He could not believe that he had failed. That day at the banquet, she had only used a little bit of it, but it had shaken the minds of many of the high-ranking officials present. She had not expected that she would fail on a man who did not know any martial arts, especially when she had already used the most profound secret technique she could use. At this point, even if an ordinary man had killed his father, he would completely forget to submit to her secret technique. Did this man really hate her that much? Su Qingqian glanced at the woman in white with displeasure and said indifferently, "Unorthodox methods. Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity." On the night of Mr. Qingyun's birthday banquet, Su Qingqian had already seen Dong Fangyu's unique and strange attraction to men. However, he did not feel this way after meeting her a few times. Even if he did not know that the infinite boundless mountain had such a unique secret technique, Su Qingqian should have felt that something was wrong. How could he have fallen in her trap? At this moment, Su Qingqian was not unlucky. The one who was unlucky was Dong Fangyu. This kind of secret technique to charm and control people's minds was harder to practice than martial arts. Dong Fangyu could be considered to be very talented to have such an achievement. Even her master, Dong Fanghui, could not compare to her in this aspect. However, at the same time, the price of failure was also very high. Her face, which had turned gray from spitting out a mouthful of blood, gradually began to turn red. Her watery eyes, which had been filled with hidden bitterness, were gradually covered with a layer of mist. Master Qingqian. Su Qingqian frowned and looked up at a certain spot on the courtyard wall. He said indifferently, "Still not coming out?" As soon as he finished speaking, two men in black jumped down from the wall and bowed respectfully to Su Qingqian. "Greetings, Master Qingqian." Su Qingqian looked at them with a half-smile and said, "Is this how Miss Li asked you to protect me?" It was one thing for the dignified Su mansion to be unguarded. However, it had been so long, and the guards who were in charge of protecting Master Qingqian had not discovered it. That was too fake. The two guards looked at each other and said somewhat shamefully, "The prince said that as long as it does not endanger Master's safety, it is best not to ruin Master's luck with women." So it was not that they were not dutiful. It was the prince himself who wanted to see Master Qingqian make a fool of himself. Of course, if Master Qingqian had really fallen into Dong Fangyu's trap, they would still have intervened. Su Qingqian already knew what kind of person Immerse was, and could not blame them. He glanced at Dong Fangyu, who had already fallen to the ground and was moaning intermittently, and asked, "What happened to her?" One of them stepped forward to take a look. He coughed awkwardly and said, "This, probably, just now. Miss Dongfang used some kind of seduction technique that can seduce men and arouse their desires. This, Master Qingqian broke her seduction technique, and she suffered internal injuries. Then this internal injury backfired, and Master Qingqian did not know martial arts. He frowned and looked at Dongfang Yu. Is she seriously injured? The guard lowered his voice and said, "She found a man, and it is not serious." Master Qingqian's handsome face stiffened. He lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "Send her back to Lady Dongfang." Since it was not their responsibility, they did not need to care. As for how Dongfang Hui was going to treat Dongfang Yu, it was none of their business. They did not know any seduction techniques. Hearing Su Qingqian's order, a guard stepped forward and lifted Dongfang Yu off the wall. In the process, Dongfang Yu, who was not in a clear state of mind, took advantage of him several times. In the quiet courtyard, Su Qingqian sat under a big tree with a zither in hand, deep in thought. Not far away, a guard in black stood in the corner, looking at the sky in a daze. After a while, there was a burst of noise outside the courtyard. The guard in black jumped up the wall to take a look, then rushed back to report, Master, Madam, and Lady Dongfang are here." Su Qingqian glanced at him lightly and said, "Stop them first. Let them in after a quarter of an hour." Although the guard did not understand the purpose of Master Qingqian's order, he still obeyed and did as he was told. Under the big tree, Master Qingqian, who was caressing the zither case, had a trace of coldness in his handsome eyes. Sure enough, the guards were very obedient. Just as Su Qingchen stood up and was about to go out, Dong Fenghui had already rushed in with Su Hongyu and Madame Su. Su Qingchen said lightly, "Father, Mother, Lady Dongfang, why are you here?" Because he did not have to go out today, Su Qingchen was dressed very casually. In the eyes of the people who just came in, this casual look was somewhat strange and inappropriate. Dongfang Hui's expression changed slightly. He stared at Su Qingchen and said, "What did you do to you, Chapter 817. Before Su Qingchen could say anything, Madame Su was displeased. She glanced at Dongfang Hui unhappily, and her face darkened. What did she mean by what did she do to Dongfang Yu? What could her son do to Dongfang Yu? She was afraid that Dongfang Yu would do something to Qingchen. She walked up to Su Qingchen and looked him up and down. Then she asked, "Qingchen, did Miss Dongfang come here?" Su Qingchen was startled and nodded. "Miss Dongfang came here an hour ago." Madame Su was shocked. She grabbed Su Qingchen and asked, "Are you okay?" This time, it was Dongfang Hui's turn to be unhappy. Although Dongfang Yu wanted to do something to Su Qingchen, Madame Su's words made her feel uncomfortable. Just knowing Dongfang Yu's plan, Dongfang Hui wanted to strangle her disciple for the first time in her life. Dongfang Hui was not proficient in the art of enchantment. Although it was the secret art of the Boundless Mountain, Dongfang Hui did not think highly of it. When she was young, she only dabbled in it a little and then gave it up. The prerequisite for the success of this art of enchantment was that the man's mind was not firm enough. But how could Dongfang Hui fall in love with a man who was not firm enough and use this kind of trick to enchant him? So this kind of thing was of no use to Dongfang Hui. When she knew that Dongfang Yu was going to use the art of enchantment to deal with Su Qingchen, Dongfang Hui wanted to cut open Dongfang Yu's head to see what was inside. How could Su Qingchen be controlled by the art of enchantment? He looked gentle, but he was cold-hearted. Dongfang Hui believed that Mo Xiaoyao was controlled by the art of enchantment. She did not believe that Su Qingchen was controlled by the art of enchantment. She was afraid that something would happen to Dongfang Yu. She put down her work and rushed over. Only then did she know that Dongfang Yu had been here for more than an hour and had not come out. For a moment, Dongfang Hui was not sure whether Su Qingchen had been enchanted or not. So she tried to test Su Qingchen, but was stopped by Madame Su. "Master Su, my disciple has come to visit you. We haven't talked for a long time. Do you know where she has gone?" Dongfang Hui asked in a low voice. "This." Su Qingchen pondered for a moment and looked at the three of them hesitantly. Madame Su's heart sank when she saw his troubled expression. She was afraid that her son had really fallen into Dongfang Yu's trap. Su Hongyu frowned slightly and asked, "Did Miss Dongfang leave? What did she leave? Why is she looking for you? Why didn't I see Miss Dongfang at the gatehouse?" No matter how noble Su Hongyu was, he was biased towards his own family. Naturally, he did not want his son to marry a woman like Dongfang Yu. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked why Miss Dongfang didn't go through the front door when she came to visit. With this clause, even if Su Qingchen and Dongfang Yu really had something going on, the Su family could reject the marriage and let Dongfang Yu marry into the family. Who would want to marry a woman who didn't go through the front door to visit a stranger? Hearing Su Hongyu's words, Dongfang Hui's face turned gloomy. Unfortunately, they were in the wrong, so there was nothing they could say. Su Qingchen calmly looked at the three people with different expressions and said lightly, "Miss Dongfang did come to visit, but she seemed to be unwell because of sudden illness. I asked someone to send her out just now." "When?" Dongfang Hui asked anxiously. Su Qingchen thought for a moment and said, "About half an hour ago." "What happened to her?" Dongfang Hui cursed in his heart. Su Qingchen said, "I don't quite understand." Miss Dongfang suddenly vomited blood and did not look well. "I think she might have suffered an internal injury when she jumped off the wall." Dongfang Hui secretly gritted his teeth. With Dongfang Yu's martial arts, she might not have suffered an internal injury even if she jumped off a cliff. Where did they leave from? Why didn't anyone see them from outside? Su Qingqian said calmly, because Miss Dongfang came over the wall. The guard probably thought that Miss Dongfang did not want anyone to know that she was here, so he also left from the top of the wall. Young master. A person landed on the top of the wall. It was the guard in black who had carried Dongfang Yu out. The innocent guard who had just been taken advantage of had a slight blush on his face. When he saw that there was a group of people in the courtyard, he could not help but be stunned. First, sir, first, madam. Where is you, Dongfang Hui asked sternly. The guard was startled. When he reacted, he said, I sent Miss Dongfang out. Sent her back to the post house so quickly? Unless they used Qinggong, it was impossible to go back and forth from the Su residence to the Dongfang residence in such a short time. But no one would use Qinggong to take a girl out in broad daylight. The guard shook his head. I met Prince Li outside. He said that he was going to visit Madame at the Dongfang residence, so he sent Miss Dongfang back. You handed your to Mo Jingli? Dongfang Hui said sternly. The guard in black felt wronged. It was Miss Dongfang who agreed to let Prince Li send her back. Did they have to send Miss Dongfang back? Even if they sent her back, she would not be sent back to Madame Dongfang. It would be too late for Madame Dongfang to think of a way to save Miss Dongfang. Madame Su did not care what happened to Dongfang Yu, as long as her son was fine. She would rather Qingqian not marry a wife in this life than marry that Dongfang Yu. Madame Su smiled and tidied her son's clothes. She scolded, You child, why didn't you change your clothes before coming out when there were guests? I know I was wrong. Su Qingqian did not refute, but smiled faintly. Dongfang Hui was not in the mood to see their mother-son relationship. She cupped her hands to Su Hongyu with a cold face. Brother Su, goodbye. Su Hongyu nodded faintly. I won't see you out. After sending Dongfang Hui away, Su Hongyu looked at Su Qingqian thoughtfully. He asked, Did Mo Jingli happen to meet Dongfang Yu? Or did Dongfang Yu happen to meet Mo Jingli? Su Qingqian smiled faintly. Father, what's the difference? Su Hongyu thought for a while and said faintly, Don't you understand what the difference is? Dongfang Yu. Su Qingqian smiled. Dongfang Yu did not lose her mind. Even if something happened to her, it has nothing to do with the Su family and the Prince Ding mansion. Looking at his son's calm appearance, Su Hongyu nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Dongfang Yu dared to plot against the Su family. She deserved whatever happened to her. The people of the Su family had never been soft-hearted and kind enough to repay evil with good. Chapter 8:18. Dongfang Hui rushed to the inn where Mo Jingli was staying, but she did not see Mo Jingli and Dongfang Yu. She could not help but look even worse. She left the inn and went to Dongfang Mansion. This time, she was not alone. Unfortunately, the scene she saw when she entered almost made Dongfang Hui vomit blood. In Dongfang Yu's room, she saw the messy clothes on the floor as soon as she entered. Dongfang Hui's face darkened. She waved away the servants behind her and walked in. Sure enough, she saw a man and a woman lying on the bed. The woman's face was red and her eyes were closed. Obviously, she was still in a deep sleep. There was also a strong, musky smell in the room, reminding Dongfang Hui of what had just happened. Mo Jingli. Dongfang Hui gritted her teeth. When Dongfang Hui entered, Mo Jingli opened his eyes. Seeing Dongfang Hui's expression, he was not afraid. He sat up and said calmly, Madame Dongfang, could you please leave for a moment? Dongfang Hui's face was as cold as ice. She waved her sleeve and said hatefully, Princely better give me a reasonable explanation. While they were talking, Dongfang Yu gradually woke up. She was stunned when she saw her master's angry expression. She then realized that she was lying in Mo Jingli's arms and screamed. Dongfang Hui said coldly, Shut up. You still have a nerve to scream. Come out immediately when you're done. After that, she turned and left. Dongfang Yu was completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Her head was in a mess, and she could not remember what happened after she failed to bewitch Su Qingqian. But she knew what had happened to her just by looking at the situation in front of her. Mo Jingli. How dare you? I'm going to kill you. Dongfang Yu shouted. She did not care that the two were still on the bed. She waved her hand and slapped Mo Jingli's head. Mo Jingli's martial arts might not be as good as Dongfang Yu's, but Dongfang Yu's internal injuries had not healed, and she had just experienced such a thing. She was powerless. Mo Jingli raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, holding her tightly in his arms. Mo Jingli, I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Dongfang Yu's eyes were red with anger. She really couldn't understand why her well-planned plan had turned out like this. Not only had she failed to bewitch Su Qingshun, but she had also been taken advantage of by Mo Jingli. She also knew that she had completely lost the chance to make Su Qingshun accept her. The Su family had a century-old scholarly reputation. How could Su Qingshun, the first young master in the world, marry a withered woman? As soon as he thought of this, Dongfang Yu wanted to tear Mo Jingli into pieces and eat his flesh. Mo Jingli held Dongfang Yu's hands tightly and said unhappily, "Have you had enough?" Originally, he had intended to treat Dongfang Yu well. After all, Dongfang Yu's status and ability were not bad. More importantly, obtaining her would mean obtaining the support of Infinite Boundless Mountain. As long as Dongfang Yu was obedient, he would naturally treat her well. However, he didn't expect that the moment this woman woke up, she would shout at him and curse him. Had this woman forgotten that she was already his woman? So what if she made a fuss? You're making a fuss now? You shouldn't have stuck to I before. Mo Jingli laughed coldly and said mockingly. The fragmented and intermittent scenes in her mind made Dongfang Yu's expression extremely ugly. Hearing Mo Jingli's words, she was so angry that her entire body trembled. Mo Jingli was right. She had stuck to Mo Jingli of her own accord from the start. Even if it wasn't her true wish, it couldn't change this fact. Seeing that she was no longer making a fuss, Mo Jingli then let go of her and got off the bed. He took his clothes from the side and calmly put them on. As he bent over to look at Dongfang Yu, he said, "Since things have come to this, as long as you are obedient, I will naturally treat you well." As for young Master Qingshun, who you've been longing for, he clearly knew that you were suffering from an internal injury, as if you had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. Didn't he still throw you out without hesitation? Don't tell me you still miss him? Slap. Dongfang Yu slapped Mo Jingli hard across the face. Bastard. Mo Jingli's eyes turned cold, but he quickly suppressed his monstrous anger. He stood up and looked at her. "Since you're awake, get up quickly. Your master is waiting outside. I won't marry you." Dongfang Yu stared at him hatefully and said through gritted teeth. Mo Jingli didn't care. "Now, who else wants you besides me?" Outside, in the hall of the Dongfang mansion, Dongfang Hui had already dismissed all the attendants. She sat alone and listened, frowning as she pondered. Her face, which still had the wind and clouds, was full of malice. This move by the Su family was really too ruthless. It also really cut off the last glimmer of hope that Dongfang Hui had for the Princeton mansion and the Su family. Although Su Qingshun said it as if it was completely an accident, Dongfang Hui wouldn't believe that it was so simple. Dongfang Yu's technique failed, and she suffered from internal injuries. Su Qingshun got someone sent her back, but just happened to bump into Mo Jingli. Then, Mo Jingli naturally became the person to treat Dongfang Yu's injuries. Everything seemed normal, but her senses and intuition, which had been in charge of Infinite Boundless Mountain for decades, told her that this was definitely not a coincidence. Actually, after Dongfang Hui had rejected Renqining in her heart, there weren't many choices left for Infinite Boundless Mountain. Either everyone returned to Infinite Boundless Mountain to hide from the world, or they could only choose Mo Jingli. But choosing on her own and being forced to choose like this were two completely different feelings and results. This feeling of being calculated and coerced not only made Dongfang Hui hate her disciple for not knowing her limits, but also Mo Jingli for taking advantage of the situation. She even hated Su Qingshun for being heartless and scheming against Dongfang Yu. Thinking deeper, this was the Prince Ding mansion's disdain and contempt for infinite boundless mountain. Madam, Princess Ding and the second madam of the Su family have come to visit. The attendant outside hurriedly reported. Dongfang Hui frowned. Yili choosing to visit at this time was really a little too much of a coincidence. Thinking for a while, Dongfang Hui asked, "Did Princess Ding say why she came?" The attendant said, "Princess Ding said that she heard that Miss Dongfang's body was not in good health, and specially came to visit with the second madam of the Su family." At this time, Dongfang Hui didn't want to tell Yi Li, but the one who came with Yi Li was the second madam of the Su family. This made Dongfang Hui suspect that Yi Li already knew the truth of the matter. After a moment of silence, she sighed somewhat dejectedly. "Since it's already like this, forget it. Invite Princess Ding in." Not long after, Yi Li and Qin Zheng walked in hand. Looking at Dongfang Hui's unhappy face, Yi Li acted as if she didn't see it. She said with a smile, "Yi Li is presumptuous to visit. Please forgive me, Madame Dongfang." Dongfang Hui's gaze paused on Qin Zheng for a while, and then she said, "Princess, you're too serious. It's an honor for you and the second madam to come." Qin Zheng actually didn't know much. She only heard a few words about Dongfang Yu's actions from the eldest madam of the Su family. And during this period of time, Dongfang Yu pestered Su Qingshan. Qin Zheng also heard about it. Even so, she didn't expect Dongfang Yu to have the guts to break into the Su family and scheme against Su Qingshan. Even though Qin Zheng usually came into contact with women with different personalities like Yi Li and Murong Ting, and heard a lot of strange things, she was still frightened by Dongfang Yu's actions. Not to mention that Su Qingshan was her uncle. Just the name of young Master Qingshan was enough to make all the young ladies of the Chu state admire him. Su Qingshan was also known as the immortal young master. It could be imagined that a woman who was worthy of him would not be an ordinary woman. For someone like Dongfang Yu, not to mention Su Qingshan himself and the Su family, even the young ladies of Li City would not be convinced. Chapter 819. Miss Dongfang came to visit the Su mansion, but Qin Zheng couldn't receive her personally. She even let Miss Dongfang leave the mansion with illness. Mother-in-law has already reprimanded Qin Zheng. "Our Su family is not a good host. Please forgive us, Mrs. Dongfang. I don't know how Miss Dongfang is. Please let Qin Zheng see Miss Dongfang so that I can apologize to her face-to-face." Qin Zheng looked at Dongfang Hui and said apologetically. Her words were polite, but it didn't sound polite. Dongfang Yu, a girl, should naturally be received by the youngest lady of the Su family, the second madam. But no one in the Su family had seen Dongfang Yu. How did Miss Dongfang come to the Su mansion? Why did she go to the Su mansion? Since you don't want to go through the front door and follow the etiquette of a guest, then if something happened to Dongfang Yu, naturally it wouldn't be the Su family's business. What's more, Dongfang Yu didn't have an accident in the Su family. The Su family sent the second lady to visit in person, which was already very benevolent. Dongfang Hui smiled coldly. The second lady of the Su family was unknown. She didn't expect her to be so eloquent. "Yu is a little unwell, but it's not a big deal. It's just that she was resting just now. I'm afraid she can't see you. It's better to wait for her to get better and then invite you to have a small gathering." Qin Zheng smiled and didn't force her. Yi Li smiled and said, "In this case, we shouldn't disturb Miss Dongfang's rest. But when we were outside, we happened to meet Princess Xixia. She said that His Highness King Li has come to your mansion and hasn't returned. Mrs. Dongfang, please tell His Highness King Li that Princess Xixia seems to be looking for him for something urgent. If there's nothing, he should go back quickly. Otherwise, Princess Xixia will come to the Dongfang mansion soon." "Princess Xixia?" Dongfang Hui's face darkened slightly. She said lightly, "Why don't I remember which country's Princess Xixia?" Yi Li smiled apologetically. "I forgot. It's Miss Xixia. This girl has been with King Li for many years. She is deeply trusted by him. Since the message has been delivered, I and Zheng will leave first. Mrs. Dongfang, please send our regards to Miss Dongfang." Yi Li stood up and prepared to leave. Before Dongfang Hui could say anything, she saw Mo Jingli standing at the door. Seeing Yi Li and Qin Zheng, Mo Jingli's eyes flashed. Prince Ding Mansion and young Madame Su are also here. Yi Li's calm eyes swept over Mo Jingli, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I heard that Miss Dongfang is not feeling well, so I came to visit. So Prince Li is indeed in the Dongfang estate. It was rare for Mo Jingli to feel a little uncomfortable. Using such a method for the sake of infinite boundless mountain's power, it naturally could not be considered as just and honorable. Especially when he was in the Prince Ding Mansion and did not even care about such things, he still valued her so much that he did not hesitate to use such despicable means. Naturally, people who saw this would feel that they were at a disadvantage. However, no matter how proud and arrogant Mo Jingli was, he still understood that he was not Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao could disdain infinite boundless mountain's power and did not want their support, but he, Mo Jingli, could not. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to face this reality. However, under such circumstances, when facing Yi Li, Mo Jingli could not help but feel embarrassed. In this world, the thing he was most unwilling to lose face in front of Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. However, the heavens did not go as he wished. Miss Dongfang is fine. She can come out to see you in a while. Mo Jingli said. No matter what, since things had already reached this point, he naturally had to confirm this matter first. As long as this matter was confirmed, Mo Jingli was not worried that Dongfang Hui would go back on her words and not help him. If Dongfang Hui went back on her words, then Infinite Boundless Mountain's reputation of being chosen by the heavens would also become a shadow. Both Infinite Boundless Mountain and Dongfang Hui could not afford to lose face like this. Oh, Yi Li's eyes turned slightly, her smile tranquil. Looks like we seem to have missed something? Or is it that Infinite Boundless Mountain's joyous occasion is approaching? That's right, Mo Jingli said in a low voice. When the time comes, Princess Ding and Prince Ding can come and have a drink together. Yi Li laughed inwardly. Mo Jingli indeed valued Infinite Boundless Mountain greatly, actually intending to hold the wedding directly in Glass City. If Prince Li intends to hold the wedding in Glass City, Prince Ding and I would naturally be honored. Congratulations, Prince Li. Mo Jingli looked deeply at Yi Li, saying in a low voice, many thanks. Mo Jingli, don't even think about it. I'll never marry you. Yi Li and Mo Jingli's side were very harmonious, but outside the door, Dongfang Yu's voice had long since lost its usual calmness and gentleness, and was instead a little sharp and piercing. Everyone turned back and saw Dongfang Yu standing at the door, glaring angrily at Mo Jingli, who was talking to Yi Li with red eyes. Qin Zheng looked at Dongfang Yu with some surprise. The previous few times they met, she always felt that Dongfang Yu was like a fake soulless dummy. Now, however, the angry white-clothed woman seemed more real. It was just that the light purple marks on her low neckline made Qin Zheng blush involuntarily, and she hurriedly lowered her head, too embarrassed to look again. Dongfang Hui reprimanded in a low voice, displeased. Dongfang Yu was startled, and looked at Dongfang Hui full of grievance, saying, Master, I don't want to marry this beast. Mo Jingli's expression changed, and he looked at Dongfang Yu with the same displeasure, saying, Dongfang Yu, don't think that you're the only one who is wronged. Are you blaming I for this matter? You made yourself into this state. I can be considered your savior. Dongfang Yu gritted her teeth, saying, I don't need a bastard like you to save me. Mo Jingli laughed coldly, saying, You want others to save you, but they don't want to bother with you at all. Or maybe Miss Dongfang likes to randomly grab people on the streets. Dongfang Yu's face paled. Compared to having sex with Mo Jingli, if she was really thrown on the streets, no one knew better than Dongfang Yu the power of the backlash from the internal injury. If that was really the case, she really could be on the streets. Enough. Dongfang Hui interrupted her, saying coldly, Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Dongfang Yu was startled, and looking at the cold expression on Dongfang Hui's face, she finally couldn't help but fall to the side of the table and sob. Yili sat at the side and watched, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Compared to the infinite, boundless mountain successor who had a high and mighty face and advised everyone according to the script, this crying girl in white was much more adorable. Unfortunately, this matter was completely her own fault. Using such a charm to control Su Qingchun, the Su family naturally couldn't sacrifice themselves to save her, so Dongfang Yu's tragedy was already doomed from the moment she had such thoughts. Dongfang Hui looked down, hiding the emotions in her eyes, and then looked at Yi Li, saying, "Princess Ding, I still have some things to deal with here. I won't be entertaining Princess and second young Mistress Su." Yi Li also tactfully stood up and smiled, saying, "We've disturbed you, Mistress Dongfang. Please do as you please. I'll take my leave." After bidding farewell to Dongfang Hui and Mo Jingli, Yi Li and Qin Zheng had just walked out of the door when they heard Dongfang Hui's exasperated reprimand coming from inside. Dongfang Hui had been in charge of the infinite boundless mountain for more than 20 years, and she had a steady personality. To be angered to the point that she couldn't wait for the guests to leave before scolding, it showed that she was very angry with Dongfang Yu. Chapter 820. After leaving Dongfang Hu, Yi Li and Qin Zheng looked at each other and smiled. Qin Zheng asked curiously, "Will Madame Dongfang really marry Miss Dongfang to Prince Li?" "I think Madame Dongfang and Miss Dongfang are not happy about it." Yi Li smiled. "Miss Dongfang is really not happy about it. As for Madame Dongfang, she is just not happy about Dongfang Yu marrying Mo Jingli under such circumstances. If Dongfang Hui was not willing to return to the infinite boundless mountain and wait for the next 60 or 70 years, Mo Jingli was her only choice. As long as it dragged on, she would agree to assist Mo Jingli sooner or later. But that was the infinite boundless mountain's choice of master. The infinite boundless mountain stood at the top of the hierarchy. And now, Mo Jingli and Dongfang Yu had such a relationship. Dongfang Yu had to marry him even if she did not want to. But the relationship between the two families was probably a little awkward. And in the hearts of the scholars in Dechu State, the status of the infinite boundless mountain would plummet. Needless to say, with Dongfang Yu's character and temper, she would definitely not work hard to assist the future holy concubine Xian. And this was the purpose of Yi Li and the Prince Ding Mansion. How could the Prince Ding Mansion give Mo Jingli such a big gift for no reason? And now, this big gift looked very nice, but who knew when it would become a ticking time bomb? This Miss Dongfang also brought this upon herself. She's a good girl. Qin Zheng sighed. Although Dongfang Yu looked miserable, Qin Zheng would not give her any sympathy. She wanted to manipulate people's hearts just because she had some special skills. She even disregarded the wishes of others to marry her. Such a person could only be said to reap what she sowed. Yi Li smiled. Even if today did not happen, I'm afraid that Madame Dongfang will marry her to Mo Jingli soon. Second sister-in-law, you don't have to feel sorry for her. Qin Zheng smiled and said, I won't feel sorry for her. As long as she doesn't harm our Su family, it doesn't matter who she marries. Yi Li nodded in agreement. Exactly. Sure enough, a day later, Dongfang Hui announced the marriage between Mo Jingli and Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu would marry Prince Li as his official wife. The news from Dongfang Manor and Princely Post House had specially emphasized that she was the official consort and not the equal consort. Although the equal consort was not considered a concubine, she was still inferior to the Di Fei. While Mo Jingli had promised not to cripple Yi Ying, Infinite Boundless Mountain would not suffer such grievances. Thus, both sides compromised and took over. Both were official concubines of the same age. Mo Jingli was now the regent of the Dechu state, so he naturally did as he pleased. Following that, he issued an edict naming Yi Ying as Consort Rome and Dongfang Yu as Consort Min. Both of them were the regent's official consorts. Why do I feel that Mo Jingli was mocking them by giving them this title? Yili asked after receiving the news that Mo Jingli had conferred the title of regent's official consort. Ying had no one to rely on in the Dechu state. She had no children and no favor. How could she bear the title of Rome? And Dongfang Yu had schemed against others, but she had schemed against herself. The title of Min was more like a joke. Mo Xiaoyao said nonchalantly, "Maybe it's because Mo Jingli wants Ying to live a prosperous and stable life. At the same time, he also wants Dongfang Yu to grow some brains. For something like a title, if it's not reality, then it's hope." Yili smiled and casually threw the letter on the table. She smiled. "I was still thinking about how to deal with the matter of Dongfang Yu and the Boundless Mountain. I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily." Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, "It's all because of young Master Qingqian's unparalleled wisdom. The way he pushed the boat with the current is admirable." On the other side, Su Qingqian, who was riding with his head lowered, raised his head and said with a faint smile, "If it wasn't for Prince wanting to watch the show, how could there be such an effect? If it wasn't for Mo Xiaoyao suddenly wanting to see if young Master Qingqian could resist the temptation of the art of enchantment and not letting the guards act first, Dongfang Yu wouldn't have had the chance to use the art of enchantment on him. Naturally, there wouldn't have been such a thing afterwards. So, at the end of the day, Prince Ding was the real culprit. And Mo Xiaoyao didn't feel embarrassed at all when his bad intentions were exposed. He rubbed Yi Li's hair and said with a smile, "That's why we know that young Master Qingqian's mental fortitude is rare in the world. Back then, Dongfang Yu had only used a little bit of it in public, and even many experts with profound internal energy were affected. But this time, it was only targeted at Su Qingqian alone. Even after using all his strength, he still failed. It was enough to see how firm young Master Qingqian's willpower was. Or it could be said that it was enough to see how cold-hearted and emotionless young Master Qingqian was. Other than those who already had someone in their heart and didn't care about the beauty of the world, only those who were truly cold-hearted and emotionless could be so indifferent to such temptation. It seemed that it was still too early for the Su family to see young Master Qingqian settle down and start a family. Su Qingqian smiled faintly and said, "Prince Ding, you flatter me. Something is going to happen at the border." Su Qingqian's hand that was holding the booklet paused. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Su Qingqian said, "As soon as Yelu Yi left Feihong Pass, he began to gather his troops. I'm afraid he wants to fight with us again before winter arrives." Mo Xiaoyao was startled by this, but he wasn't surprised. "Where's Ren Qining?" Yili frowned and said, "Ren Qining already said goodbye this morning. She should have left Glass City by now." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. He looked at Yi Li with a smile and said, "Li, we have to prepare for war again. This time, it's the time of Yelu Yi and Helene Zhen's death." A cold light flashed through his eyes. Yili was startled and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go together." Chapter 821. After the announcement of the marriage between the Li King Manor and Infinite Boundless Mountain, because the dignitaries of the various countries had already left, this marriage did not cause much of a stir. And as the main character of this marriage, probably only Mo Jingli was truly happy. Him choosing to hold this wedding in Glass City was more or less a show of force to the Prince Ding Mansion. But thinking that it was the Prince Ding Mansion that had rejected Infinite Boundless Mountain first, giving him this chance, this show of force could not help but become a little more awkward and boring. Along with this, his originally extremely respectful and careful attitude towards Infinite Boundless Mountain had also become 70%. Compared to Dongfang Yu's resentment and rejection of marriage, Dongfang Hui's mood was similarly bad. Actually, after the Prince Ding Mansion had rejected her proposal and she had rejected Ren Qining, Infinite Boundless Mountain's only choice was Mo Jingli. But choosing Mo Jingli and marrying the descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain was a world of difference from the current situation. Originally, When Dongfang Yu had married into the Li King Manor, Infinite Boundless Mountain was naturally still high and mighty. But after this matter, when she married into the Dechu state, the feeling among the officials was completely different. And Infinite Boundless Mountain could not even do anything to reject Dongfang Yu's marriage. While the matter between Mo, Jingli, and Dongfang Yu had not been made known to the entire world, those who should know were already aware of it. Faced with such a grievance, Infinite Boundless Mountain had no other choice but to swallow it. These messy matters caused Dongfang Hui to be extremely vexed, and even the Prince Ding mansion and the Su family were angered to the point of hating them. Actually, after the Prince Ding mansion had rejected Infinite Boundless Mountain's situation had already been a little delicate. If they did not immediately stop caring about these matters and return to Infinite Boundless Mountain to hide from the world, they could only choose another person to assist them. But in this way, Infinite Boundless Mountain's reputation of being chosen by the heavens would be greatly damaged. Originally, they had chosen the Prince Ding mansion, but the Prince Ding mansion ignored them, so they chose someone else. This meant that this so-called ruler of the world was not fixed at all. Since that's the case, with all the heroes vying for supremacy relying on their own abilities, why should your Infinite Boundless Mountain be the one chosen by the heavens? It was also because of this that the news of Mo Jingli marrying Dongfang Yu did not cause too much of stir. The power of Infinite Boundless Mountain naturally caused others to be envious, jealous, and hateful. However, with the addition of Infinite Boundless Mountain, many people could also clearly see the drawbacks. It was just that he couldn't let go of the reputation of being the chosen one. Since Infinite Boundless Mountain's so-called reputation was now mostly empty talk, a bunch of ignorant women no longer seemed so important. While Mo Jingli and the Dongfang family were busy preparing for the wedding, the Prince Ding mansion was not idle either. From Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li to the ordinary soldiers of the Mahist army, all of them were preparing for battle. The high-ranking generals of the Prince Ding mansion were even more clear that this battle was a true battle to the death with the Northern Tribe's army, to avenge the death of the previous Prince Ding Mo Xiaowen, when the Mahist army was almost annihilated that year. Not a single soldier of the Northern Tribe's army who had stepped into the pass would be able to return. Inside the Nanzhao post house, Yi Li and Princess Anqi sat opposite each other, leisurely sipping tea. Princess Anqi's belly was already not small, and it was obvious that she was going to be a healthy and strong little prince or young master. Princess Anqi's usually bright and cheerful face now had a hint of gentleness and grace. No matter how powerful a woman was, as long as she was going to be a mother, she would always have some gentleness and love on her face. I've been busy these past few days, and now that I finally have some free time, I'm going on a long journey again. I actually can't entertain you properly. Yi Li looked at Princess Anqi with an apologetic smile. As the queen of a kingdom, Princess Anqi naturally didn't have the same topics of conversation as the other women. However, Yi Li was also very busy these past few days, and she was somewhat lacking in hospitality. Princess Anqi said with a smile, "You and I are both people with no choice. Why are you apologizing? Are you also planning to go to war with Prince Ding this time?" Yi Li nodded and said, "Of course." Although she was worried about the two newborn children, Yi Li was even more worried about Mo Xiaoyao, who was going to the battlefield. Last time, he almost lost control in West Hill, and this time, he was going to face the Northern Tribes and Helian Jun, who had almost massacred half of the Northern Dechu state, and who had a deep hatred for the Mahist army. How could Yi Li be at ease if she did not go with him? Speaking of which, she felt a little sorry for the three children, as Mo Xiaobao had been raised by the Su family these past few years. Now, the two children were only 2 months old, and they were going to war again. The children had to be taken care of by first aunt and second aunt. Speaking of which, back then, I also wanted to gallop onto the battlefield, but I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. Princess Anqi sighed with a smile. Ding Wangfei can be said to be the first female general in the world. Yi Li smiled helplessly and said, "What female general? When have I really led troops to war?" I just followed along and watched. Princess Anchi smiled and said, "Yes, how could Prince Ding allow you to lead troops to break through the enemy lines? Wang Fei should have been the strategist who came up with all the strategies. Isn't there a saying in the Central Plains, fierce generals are easy to find, but strategists are hard to find?" Yili was silent. Was there such a saying in the Central Plains? After a moment of silence, Yili smiled and said, "Now that the Central Plains is in chaos, it is the queen who is leisurely away from the world, making people envious. Nanjiang was remote and had been a barren land since ancient times. While the past emperors of the Central Plains liked to fight, no matter who ruled, no one had truly conquered them. It was not that Nanjiao was very powerful. While Nanjiao's people were valiant, it was a small and barren country with not many soldiers. The past emperors attacked Nanjiao either because Nanjiao had violated the border or because they wanted to expand their territory in times of peace, to add flowers to the brocade in the history books. No one would truly use all the power of the country to attack Nanjiao, because even if they succeeded, they would gain more than they paid. Once war broke out, the heroes would not have the mind to care about Nanjiao. They would fight for the rich lands of the Central Plains, so who would have the time to care about a small country on the border? It seems that the queen really does not have the mind to participate in this chaotic world, Yili asked with a smile. Actually, she could understand Princess Anchi's thoughts. Although Princess Anchi had the talent to govern a country, she lacked the domineering and ambitious nature of a woman who desired to expand her territory and achieve great things. This was not a bad thing for the people of Nanjiao. While Nanjiao's army was strong, there were only a few 100,000 people in the country. There were also many tribes that did not listen and did their own things. In this chaotic war that could break out at any moment, Nanjiao's participation would only be cannon fodder. Princess Anchi shook her head and stroked her belly. She smiled and said, "I only hope that the people of Nanjiao can live and work in peace. My child will be born and grow up safely. In the future, when the throne is passed to him, his life will be complete." Yili sighed softly and said, "Ordinary people only seek peace in their lives. If the queen can protect the people under her rule, she will have done a great service." Princess Anchi smiled and said, "Now that the Central Plains is in chaos, only the people under Prince Ding and the queen can live in peace and do not have to worry about the suffering of war. It is no wonder that on our way up north, the people in many places remember Prince Ding and the queen." Chapter 822. Yili smiled faintly at Princess Anchi's praise. In life, it was enough to protect the peace of the people. As for merits and demerits, there was no need to care so much. "Reporting to your majesty, Princess Consort, there is a woman who calls herself Princess Xixia outside the door requesting an audience." The attendant outside the door respectfully reported. Hearing the attendant's words, Princess Anchi frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "What is she doing here?" Princess Anchi's heart had turned cold towards this sister of hers. Princess Xixia was her only biological sister, but when she fought with Shu Manlin in their youth, it was so difficult and dangerous. It was fine if Princess Xixia didn't help her, but because of Mo Jingli, she even helped Shu Manlin against her. In the end, she ran to the Dechu state and refused to come back, losing the face of the Nanjiao royal family. Even when the two sisters met in Glass City this time, Princess Xixia's words were filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy towards her older sister. Princess Xixia only remembered that she was made the crown princess and inherited the throne of Nanjiao. However, she didn't think about the hardships she had gone through when she was framed by Shu Manlin and suppressed by her father. It was better not to have a sister like this. Forget it. She should be returning to Jiangnan with King Li in a few days. "Let her in," Princess Anchi said faintly. The attendant accepted the order and left. Yili stood and said, "You sisters reminisce. I'll take my leave first." Princess Anchi hurriedly pressed down her hand and said, "I don't have much to say to her. You're about to go to war, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Just sit down." Yili originally wanted to leave some space for the two sisters to talk alone. Seeing Princess Anqi like this, she didn't refuse and sat down again. Not long after, Princess Xixia walked in. Seeing Yili sitting there, she was startled. Then she walked in front of Princess Anqi and called out timidly, "Royal sister." Princess Xixia was 28 or 29 years old this year. Although she was still beautiful, she was no longer a young girl. This appearance made her look less delicate and pitiful. Instead, it made her look more pretentious. Princess Anqi frowned slightly and pointed to the chair next to her. "Why are you here? Sit down and talk." Princess Xixia didn't get the desired effect. She lowered her head in disappointment, walked to the chair Princess Anqi pointed at, and sat down. Princess Anqi asked, "What happened?" Princess Xixia bit her lips and said with red eyes, "Prince Li is going to marry Dongfang Yu. Please help Xixia, royal sister." A trace of gloominess flashed across Princess Anqi's brows. In this short period of time, Princess Xixia had come to the courier station a few times. She had said that she wanted Nanzhao to put pressure on Prince Li's manor so that Prince Li would officially take her as his consort. Princess Anqi naturally didn't agree. Even though she was the queen of Nanzhao, she couldn't control who the prince regent of the Chu state married. The Nanzhao royal family had long lost the name of Princess Xixia, so it was not proper to manage her. "How can I make the decision for Prince Li to marry Dongfang Yu?" "Xixia, you're not young anymore. Can't you see things clearly?" Princess Anqi frowned. Princess Xixia said with grievance, "But that infinite, boundless mountain is extremely domineering. Dongfang Yu forced Prince Li to promise that in the future, there will only be 2 consorts in the Prince Li's manor. No one else will be given a status, and no one will be able to give birth to a child before Dongfang Yu. Even if Prince Li ascends the throne in the future, he won't be allowed to make me a consort." Thinking of how arrogant Dongfang Yu was in front of her, Princess Xixia couldn't help but want to stab her to death. She was also a princess of a country, but she was being bullied by a country bumpkin. Unfortunately, she knew that whether Imo Jingli liked Dongfang Yu or not, the people he cared about the most right now were Dongfang Yu and Infinite Boundless Mountain. If she really did harm to Dongfang Yu, Imo Jingli would probably kill her first. "Princess, this Dongfang Yu." While Princess Anqi knew a little about Dongfang Yu and Infinite Boundless Mountain, she didn't know much about them. Yili shook her head and said, "How can Dongfang Yu not say it? Dongfang Yu has been reciting the ways of a wife, a concubine, and a queen all day long. She can't wait to be a living female saint. She shouldn't have made such a rude request, right? Princess Xixia probably hasn't said anything yet, right?" Princess Anqi looked at Princess Xixia. Princess Xixia's expression changed slightly. Biting her lips, she said hatefully, "It's that Dongfang Hui. She said that my status is too low to be Prince Li's consort." Princess Xixia's status was low? Of course not. While the nobles of the Central Plains looked down on the small border countries, they would still give a certain amount of respect to the status of a country's princess. But Princess Xixia was different. Everyone knew that the Princess Xixia of Nanzhao no longer existed in the world. Princess Xixia was a consort conferred by the late Emperor Imo Jingqi. While she had died of illness before the conferment ceremony, so she wasn't able to enter the royal family's genealogy, she was still Imo Jingqi's woman in name. And the current Xixia was only a concubine of unknown origins in the princely manor, who was already nearing 30 and still didn't have a status. Dongfang Hui was not wrong to say that her status was low. Actually, Princess Xixia's feelings towards Imo Jingli could be said to be truly deep. This was something that even Yi Ying could not compare to. But it was really hard to say how big of a place Princess Xixia occupied in Imo Jingli's heart. After so many years, if Imo Jingli really wanted to, he would at least be able to give Princess Xixia the title of Prince Consort, instead of letting her stay in the princely manor so awkwardly and without status. Now that the descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain had married into the princely manor, Dongfang Yu was no longer the Yi Ying who had no one to rely on. It was no wonder that Princess Shixia was anxious. Princess Anqi looked at Princess Shixia, asking, "How do you want me to help you?" Princess Shixia's eyes lit up as she hurriedly said, "As long as royal elder sister agrees to form an alliance with the Dechu state. My Nanjiao's strength is not inferior to infinite boundless mountains. This way, you can naturally ask the princely to formally take me as his consort." Impudent. Hearing this, Princess Anqi could not help but fly into a rage. Looking coldly at Princess Shixia, she said, "I thought that you had matured over these years. I didn't think that you would still be so mischievous. You want me to drag the entire Nanjiao and its sons into the flames of war of the Central Plains for your personal matters? As the princess of the Nanjiao, have you ever done anything for the people of the Nanjiao? What do they owe you? For your position alone, you want to risk your life?" Being reprimanded so mercilessly by Princess Anqi, Princess Shixia was also stunned. Staring blankly at Princess Anqi, she said, "Royal elder sister, Princess Anqi waved her hand to stop her from speaking, saying mildly, "You don't need to say anymore. If that princely of yours is really a good person, I wouldn't mind taking a gamble for you. But let me tell you the truth. I don't think highly of him. If you are willing, you can return to the Nanjiao with me this time and find a good man to marry. Even if you're not a princess, no one in the Nanjiao will dare to bully you. As for other things, you don't need to think about them." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.